Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Randall 419, the man with the million, coming with you live on this incredible day. What is this? May 26th. Friday, May 26th. With another episode of the Xbox 2. And with me, I have PlayStation Nation's most hated man right now.
What? Why?
Maybe all of gaming's most hated person after he hyped up the PlayStation Showcase to the moon.
What?
To
Me?
the moon. What? Anyways, managing editor of Windows Central, hype man extraordinaire. Hopefully, he doesn't say the same thing about the Xbox Showcase because we know what that one will end up being then. Jez Corden, what's going on?
Hey man, rock and rolling. And Rand, I will not accept this slander. I said there was going to be fire at the PlayStation show, and there was fire. Did you not see Dragon's Dogma 2?
Yeah, sure. You know, that's not why you said it was going to be fire.
No. That was fire. What are you talking about? Absolute fire. I had a lovely time at the PlayStation show.
Yes, you did. You sure did.
I thought it was a very good show. Yeah,
I bet you did.
Why is everyone so mad? I don't get it. I had a lovely time.
What was the tweet? What was the tweet you put out that early? Granted, I got to give you props. You can take your your victory stroll about getting Metal Gear Rising or Metal Gear's Solid Delta remake.
And not only that, but the collection as well.
True. Is the collection coming to Xbox? By the way, there's kind of been is that like maybe the timed exclusive sort of DLC?
That might be why I originally heard there was some kind of exclusive. Like they haven't announced platforms yet. We don't know for sure. So they haven't even announced PlayStation for it yet. Could be that they're still negotiating for.
No, I'm pretty sure they announced for PlayStation. I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet today that was basically saying for PlayStation. But
okay, well we'll see.
But I mean, shout out Andy Robinson. I think he was the first one to put it out there that it was real. And then our buddy Special Nick over at Xbox Era said it would be at the showcase. And then people always forget that, sometimes when we talk about stuff that may happen on the Xbox 2, it's kind of like, yeah, this could be real, rumors, speculation, all that sort of stuff. But unless, it's like you always say, unless it's on Windows Central in an article form, take
it's
everything.
Not confirmed. If it's not on Windows Central with an article, it's not 100% confirmed unless I've tweeted it out specifically. I think I've tweeted leaks very rarely. I tweeted some Hearthstone leaks because it was kind of like, well, what, I don't know. We don't really cover Hearthstone, but yeah. Generally speaking, if it anything here is just rumors, hearsay, that kind of stuff.
Sometimes they end up being right.
Sometimes they end up being right. Sometimes they end up being wrong. Well, actually, no, never be wrong. Never me. I'm never wrong.
No, never wrong. But, what was your exact tweet? On Wednesday, that morning, like what was it exactly? I mean, I know you've tweeted a lot since then. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows.
My tweet was something along the lines of, I think the PlayStation Showcase will be generally okay. Don't get your hopes up too much.
Temper expectations.
Temper your expectations.
Everybody, what did Aaron Greenberg come out and say? Make sure you guys temper your expectations for the PlayStation Showcase. Right? You know how he always does that for Xbox stuff, but. No, he's like, I think. What did you say? If the things I heard were going to be true, then there's going to be fire emojis. Oh man! Woo.
And to be fair, like I was joking and saying that, like, what are you talking about? Dragon's Dogma.
You were joking.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, I was joking when I said it was Dragon's Dogma, but There's a bunch of stuff I heard. There's a bunch of stuff I heard that was going to be there. That was there. To be fair, Helldivers 2, for example, I heard Helldivers 2 was going to be there. And I'd heard that that it was switching to be full 3D instead of this fixed camera perspective. So like I really liked the first Helldivers. So for me, that was a win. Helldivers is a PC game, a game that I enjoyed quite a lot. So Helldivers was a win. I had Metal Gear Solid was going to be there.
Do you believe the audacity on this man right now?
Hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
me finish, Rand. I heard Metal Gear Solid was going to be there, and I wrote it up because I was very, very sure about that one, and it turned out to be accurate. However, what I didn't know was that it was going to be a 5-second CGI teaser trailer. I was kind of like, I was thinking like it's going to be gameplay. It's going to, in my head, I was imagining David Hayter's going to be there, being like, kept you waiting, huh? And it was going to be this epic moment, I kind of thought it was going to be this epic moment.
Man, that would have been so much cooler if he just looked at the camera and said, kept you waiting, huh? And then it went to the missed opportunity.
Yeah, so that's what I was imagining in my head. I was like, man, if PlayStation did that, that'd be pretty incredible. That'd be an incredible moment. But it was just whack there in the middle, CGI teaser trailer. There wasn't even any animation on Snake. Like clearly the model wasn't finished. So it's kind of like, oh well, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was like a bunch of other rumors that I was working with. I'd heard from my Helldivers source also said they'd heard there was going to be a From Software presence there, but they didn't know what it was. And then immediately my mind's racing, thinking like, okay, so maybe there's going to be a new Armored Core trailer. Maybe like the rumors of Bloodborne could be true. God,
Elden Ring DLC.
Yeah, God, I was thinking like there could be like there could be something really cool there if From Software shows up. But again, like they got the Helldivers bit right, but not the other bit. So maybe there was supposed to be some From Software stuff there or not. I honestly don't know. And like I was speaking to other people about it, like other insiders who came out and talked about it. And I think Tom Henderson came out and talked about it today, or The Snitch or someone, that Sony had games that
they held
that
back.
were expected to be there.
Yeah.
So like so the buzz amongst credible
the buzz that
I don't do PlayStation,
that
man.
I know, but still the buzz that I was hearing even was just like, what was that? Someone told me it was going to be a dark day for Xbox fans, right?
Yeah.
Someone else said was like, after the showcase, it's basically going to be the death of Xbox, and I'm like, oh man, this thing.
Damn,
I mean, that thing sounds
for real
fire.
Yeah,
if it's going to be the death of Xbox afterwards, and then what we got was FOAMstars.
Yeah, FOAMstars. What the fuck?
And a bunch of hey, you know what? PlayStation, you can keep Square Enix, bad. Man. Go right ahead, keep them.
Yeah. Oh.
Keep them.
I immediately saw the art style and thought, oh my god, are they really putting an NFT game in this show? And it was even less interesting than an NFT game. Splatoon knockoff. Who knows? Maybe it'd be fun. I don't know, but
yeah. Well, we have a lot to talk about.
Not what you expect.
That's a little snippet. We have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. But I want to welcome everybody to Xbox 2. Make sure to do us a big favor and hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We're on the way to 95,000, almost there to 100K. And share this out. Let everybody know we are live. On this beautiful Friday. And, let's get into some housekeeping before we get into the show proper. And who we got as a sponsor today, Jez?
Rand, we have the illustrious Manscaped as a sponsor once again. Rand, don't let your testicular showcases be a disappointment. Don't let your presentations catch you with your pants down.
Oh, man.
Get yourself prepared with Manscaped.
Are you saying Jim Ryan should have used some Manscaped before putting together that show?
Yep. Jim Ryan should have had some Lawnmower 4.0, some Crop Duster Ball Deodorant, and much more. All at Manscaped.com. Are you ready to unveil your beach bod? Manscaped is here to ensure your body is ready for the wild with their game-changing full-body grooming and hygiene product range. Don't be the guy at the beach with your Austin Powers chest hair, and if you grew some winter man boobs, the least you can do is make sure they're shiny and smooth. It's time to get ready for hot guy summer by going to manscaped.com for 20% off with free shipping with our checkout code XB2. That's XB and the number 2 at manscaped.com. And thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video.
Yeah, thank you, Manscaped. You can always use the code XB2, even though sometimes we don't talk about them on some episodes. The code is always available to use. And then we also have the amazing people.
Give it to your friends.
Yeah, we also have the amazing people at Patreon who help support the show. I took a little gander at how many writing questions we have today. We have a lot. So this probably might be a long show, depending on how long we talk about the stuff. But yeah, everybody's used to longer Xbox 2 shows. But we do have some shout-outs. We got the Grandest of Bip, Chris Parney, Starsman, Hey Blinken, The Bearded Tate, Sleets, XZ, Army Dude 52C, Mr. Butterjeans, William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar 75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Mockazilla, I Killed the Hollow Man, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo is the franchise playa, Katriox, Ricky Fallon, Bright Tundra 1, Jasper Schapp, Joseph Campbell, Blastos, Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duel, Frank Mariano, PB Bro King, Justin Miller, Asa T and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sago, Andrew Courtney, Wagerman Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropy, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you guys.
You know what'd be funny?
What?
It'd be funny if everyone on Patreon changed their name to the same name. So we had to read the same name. We just
would have to say
times.
one. You just be like one name. But yeah, I mean,
you'd have to do each name individually, man.
Well,
you've got to give the people what they want.
We also have Xbox 2 Plus 1 coming live on Tuesday for all the Patreon peeps. And our guest is going to be... I figured, you know what? We needed to get a PlayStation guy to kind of talk about the PlayStation show and look forward to the Xbox show. And I felt, on short notice, because some of the other guests we were kind of looking for, said no, or they couldn't make it, so maybe we'll have them later down the road. But we will be talking to Mr. Badbit on Tuesday to talk about, PlayStation and Xbox and all those things. And I'll be reaching out to Paris. If Paris is listening, I've always had you lined up for after the Xbox showcase in June for Xbox 2 Plus 1. So I'll be making that call. But yeah, Mr. Badbit Tuesday. That should be a fun show. If you want to get access to that, patreon.com/XB2, whole bunch of other stuff. And yeah. But with all that done, Jez, we can move on and get back into the roast session.
Roast? Roast? What are you talking about? It was great. It was fire, man. I love that show. It's brilliant.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. So I'm watching, as I was watching the show, Jez was DMing me the whole time, right?
Oh, God. Was I?
You were.
Yeah.
And you were like, what is this show? Halfway through, you were like, what is this show?
Well, I was.
It's like, this is not what I heard. I'm like, yeah. He's like, and you were like, oh, God, at least let Metal Gear be there, please.
Yes. I was getting nervous, man. They were throwing out service game after service game after service game, and I was thinking, this is very strange for a PlayStation show. And then I started thinking, is this the opposite of everything I've heard? Is the Metal Gear stuff completely wrong? Has someone just been trolling all my usual sources or something? And then Snake showed up in the very and you
breathed a huge sigh of relief. I was like, thank God. Thank God.
I was thinking okay, that was brief, but now at least we're maybe now getting into the good stuff. And it just kind of, except for Spider-Man, Helldivers, and
we'll get into the whole show. But we got some super chats and member chats to get into. Silent Cypher says Jez was right. There was a fire at the PlayStation showcase, a dumpster fire. Oh man.
I saw a lot of people saying that.
Briggs,
but no, genuinely, I didn't think it was terrible like a lot of people did. But I think I haven't watched that many of these shows because usually they're on a really strange hour. This was one of the first shows that I've been awake.
Well, people asked me if you were going to watch the show because they're like, "Hey, Rand, make sure Jez watches the show so you guys can discuss it." And I'm like, "Jez, do actual work for the podcast."
Well, I can't even. Usually they're on a stupid time. But it was on a decent time this time.
I can't even get Jez to spend 5 minutes writing lists for Xbox 2 Ultimate half the time. And I'm like, you mean to let him watch an hour of this showcase? I'm like, come on. And then he surprised me by watching it. So we do have some stuff to talk about. Briggs Country says, hot leak incoming. I wonder what that leak is. He says, new IP, Ranjo and Jezio Shadow Drop at the Xbox Showcase. Okay. Banjo-Kazooie. The Grand Bip says the PlayStation Showcase was a dumpster fire. The same. Okay. Lord Meyeroof says, hold the line. Oh man, did you? I
saw a lot of that.
I checked out some of the reactions after I watched the show. One of the first ones I went to was ILP because I had to see King David, and oh man, he was in his element, just trolling the whole show. And even like watching PlayStation fans, like you had people like dressed up as Snake, went to like a costume store to dress up as a character in a multi-platform game, right? You had other PlayStation fans, like you can literally like pinpoint if you go watch a lot of these reactions the moment their like heart gets ripped out of their chest, like the whole Simpsons meme. It's like
I was immediately thinking of Ralph Wiggum. Then,
yeah, I was thinking of Ralph Wiggum. Like as soon as like the Gran Turismo trailer pops up, just the reactions of people that are basically like, am I really like seeing this right now? And then combine that with immediately after Jim Ryan saying, "Thank you for watching." Before we get into our final game, and people are like, what do you mean, final game? Oh, their actions are just, they're exquisite. They're wonderful.
Oh, man.
Or every time they say, it's coming to PS5 and PC.
Well, that's the weird thing. Like, usually we wouldn't be talking so much about a PlayStation showcase, but there was so much Xbox there.
Yeah.
There was tons of Xbox content there.
Yeah, it was great. It was a good Xbox content. Great Xbox show. You watch that stuff and be like, damn, I'm eating good on my Xbox with those games. It'd be some great stuff. Space Dovikin, member for 25 months. Let's go. Happy Friday, gentlemen. Let's have a great podcast. Well, I think we will. Daswell Gordon says, love Metal Gear Solid, but that teaser was soulless. I mean, who even knows when it's coming out, right?
I am not that confident about the game based on that teaser.
Immediately Jeff Keighley's like, who's the development team? Who's working on this? Because it's not Kojima. So it's like, I think the rumors are like Virtuous is working on it.
Chinese dev, I think. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about it. As a huge Metal Gear Solid 3 fan, I believe I put Metal Gear Solid 3 in my top 10 list to GQ, I think.
Wookie 808 drops a super chat, but no message. Thank you for this support. Squirrel 3792 just started listening to the Eye of the World today while I deliver mail. Only in chapter 7. Love the show. Keep up the good work. So he's listening to the Wheel of Time for the very first time. It's a great book series. I love the Wheel of Time. There's a reason why I named myself.
Dude, they need to pay you as like a Wheel of Time influencer or something. Yeah,
I don't talk about books that much, so.
Could be a booktuber.
I could be.
You always talk about that.
Little Conquer says, what's better, Tomb Raider 4, Mafia 4, or Crysis 4?
What was the option again? Mafia 4. I would take Mafia 4.
I would take Tomb Raider. That's me.
Nah, Tomb Raider needs to die.
Stop it. John G, member for 25 months, says, love the HelloFresh code. Their pork was amazing.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. I mean, I hope you guys like it. I used HelloFresh a couple times, and their ingredients are good. It just takes a little time to prepare. So, that code's always available. I think it's in the, not last week's podcast, but the one before. And we'll be talking again about HelloFresh next month as well. So I'm glad you enjoyed the food. Andrew Noer says, hey guys, Jason Schreier just reported that Last of Us Factions team got cut back and Naughty Dog reported another delay. I did see that Naughty Dog put out a tweet basically saying that the game needs more time, but also they're working on a single-player game and they can't wait to talk about that. Because a lot of people were like, where the F is Factions? Right? Because it's, Last of Us 2 came out. They removed the multiplayer from it, and they said, we're going to make this its own thing. And here we are in 2023, and everybody was... Well, even Neil Druckmann, when he was on Keeley's show last year with introducing Last of Us for the PC, or Last of Us Remake, said that he showed some like a concept art of factions, said we would hear more about factions next year. So people assumed it would be at this show, and it wasn't. So people are like, well, what's going on? And Naughty Dog came out and basically said, we need more time. So who knows when that will happen? Who knows? Yeah. So, yeah, you know what? Let's talk about what we've been playing. Jez, I got a good one for you, bro. I know you're it's the game that's won the gameplay poll. It's Planet of Lana, which is out now on Xbox, part of Game Pass, and I really, really enjoyed my time. I beat it. What was it, last night? Not a very long game. It's like a 3.5 hour experience. Very much in the vein of a Limbo or a Little Nightmares or a Inside, like a side-scrolling action puzzle game. Although this one's more situated along the lines of puzzles than kind of action escape sequences, like when things are chasing after you. But yeah, this actually, I don't know what my expectations were, but they went beyond them. I don't think I'd give it like a 9. I'd probably put it like an 8.5. Because there are, the pros, right? Like, if you want to, like, what does this game do well? It looks incredible. It's like hand-drawn. The music fits the mood perfectly. And it's just, like, the right amount of length. Because there are, the drawbacks. Like, your character, like, they say words, but it's the same word all the time. It's like you don't know what they're saying, but they call out each other. Like your little boy whose name is Lana, and you're trying to find your sister, and her name's like Elo. So it's like he'll just scream Elo, and then you meet the little creature Mooey. So most of like the dialogue is just Lana, Mooey, Elo. So it's like it kind of repeats itself a little bit.
Jason!
Right? Yeah, Jason! And the walk speed is a little bit slow. The climb speed's a little bit slow. Some of the puzzles do repeat more than I would like. But it was like, if it was a longer game, like 5-6 hours, it would probably start to drag. But I feel like it's the perfect length where it didn't overstay its welcome because of the repeating puzzles. And I think it's well worth a playthrough, personally. Yeah, I mean, it's really damn good. I know this isn't your type of game. You always make fun of me for playing stuff like this. But I mean, honestly, can't recommend it enough.
Hipster games.
It's not a hipster game, man. It's not. It's not. It's
nah. I'm joking. Like I like games like Limbo and Inside.
Yeah, it's more puzzle based, and I would say maybe the worst part about the game is how you control your little like, I don't know, dog creature that's with you. Because the whole point of the game is like you're bonding with this creature. You solve puzzles together. You can tell him to stay or follow you. He can kind of, you can tell him to go in different areas. And that's like the worst part is like some of the controls on that when you're trying to tell him to go somewhere because you got to hold like right trigger and then move the left stick to press A where you want him to go. So it can be a little cumbersome. It's probably the worst aspect of the gameplay is when you do those sections. But otherwise, it's a really damn good experience. And it's short. Like I said, 3.5 hours. You start it up, and by the time it's over, you're like, oh damn, that was good. You didn't feel like you wasted your time or it was too long. Yeah, and the puzzles, some of the puzzles, you'll scratch your head. You'll be like, huh, okay, but none of them are like you need an IQ of 200 to figure out, right? So there might be like a puzzle I was stumped on for like 4 minutes, 5 minutes. You'd be like, oh, okay, that's kind of an interesting way to do it. But yeah, I recommend playing it. I think it's one of the best indies to come out this year.
Game Pass, right?
Yeah, Game Pass, PC, Xbox. I mean, I don't know if you're watching the footage, but it's so damn good. It's incredibly good looking, and it starts off with like a robot invasion. Which, I'm sci-fi. I love sci-fi. So even that aspect of the whole sci-fi nature of the game was kind of like really interesting to me. Even though you don't get dialogue, you can infer from the pictures that you do find what the story is. or what happened in the past and what's actually going on right now. So it's a good use of environmental storytelling to get across things without any use of the dialogue. But yeah, fun game. I highly recommend people check it out. And I believe you're playing Diablo 4, right?
Yes, I am. Well, I was. The review servers have gone offline. I have to say, it's a very interesting review period. Obviously, I can't talk about the game at all, but review period has been very long. It's been dedicated review servers, which did Halo do that? I think maybe. I don't know, but I've never really experienced anything like this. So I had a lot of time with the game. I've rolled the credits on it. I'll have a full review of the Diablo 4 out on Tuesday, if I remember right. I don't know the exact time off the top of my head. But yeah, got a lot to say about that game, so definitely tune in if you're into Diablo. I've also been playing Diablo 1.
Diablo 1, huh? How's that?
Diablo 1. It's something.
Is it?
It's something. I got it on so Good Old Games, GOG.com. They have a special deal with Blizzard to add a lot of their really classic old games to their platform. So they've got like MS-DOS box baked in for games that run on DOS, for God's sake. So Diablo, sorry. I can never pronounce that properly. I've been pronouncing it wrong my entire life, and it's really hard to break the habit. But the Diablo 1 client with boots up in MS-DOS or whatever. Dude, it is... Oh boy, it really reminded me of Dark Souls the first time I played it. And it makes me wonder how much of Dark Souls sort of comes from Diablo, because basically you go straight into the first dungeon with very little context. You go straight to the first boss, again, with very little context. And it's like this bipedal demon called the Butcher, who just basically comes up and one-shots you. And it's just like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I've killed every mob. I've got as many levels up as I possibly can. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do? So, like, it's a very archaic kind of game. But, dude, I'm going to persevere. I am determined to finish Diablo 1, even though it hasn't aged very well.
Yeah, as most things from that time don't, right?
Yeah. Yes, but I've also been playing another classic game. I've also been playing Dragon's Dogma 1. Because inspired by... Now, I have played Dragon's Dogma a couple of times. I tried to get into it. I've failed to get into it both times. So this time I'm determined. Usually on the third try, I can adjust my expectation and eventually it can start, like, I can start coming around to it. And that seems to have started happening this time. So I've sort of I've been playing as a mage in Dragon's Dogma, and Dragon's Dogma right now, I kind of feel like it's it's almost like Capcom meets Monster Hunter meets Dragon Age 2, kind of. So far, it's a very, very interesting combination of mechanics and like realistic lighting. Like you have to maintain a lantern and stuff like that. So it's it's like Capcom does Skyrim, kind of, in a way. But I'm really enjoying it so far, weirdly. Again, it's another game that I don't think's aged that well. So if you do want to play it, you have to kind of adjust to it a little bit. But I kind of want to get into it because I really love the look of Dragon's Dogma 2. Capcom's been killing it lately. Everything they do seems to be just golden. So I'm really determined to get into this franchise. And Dragon's Dogma's, as a Monster Hunter fan and just a general Capcom fan, I'm really eager to get into this franchise. And Miles keeps going on about how great it is, so I have to do it. A
lot of people talk about Dragon's Dogma as this like amazing game. I didn't play it, and I know people. It's like a cult classic. It's one of those games people talk about, and then it's I don't think it's sold particularly well at all either. No. Because look how long it's taken to get, the sequel. But a lot of people were hyped about this. A lot of people point to this as one of the better announcements from the showcase. And I think you were even worried that it might have been exclusive. Because the time when they showed it, you were still under the impression that the showcase was on fire. Because you could well, they still got 20 minutes left. And they showed it, and you're like, oh, well, maybe this is the game that's... And then it wasn't. And they were like, okay. It's like, all right, whatever.
I'll take it, yeah.
I'll take it, yeah.
I'll take it. But yeah, it's definitely a cult classic. That's often how it's described, and it's a pure RPG, like in the purest sense. Like the amount of overlapping mechanics. I can see why it didn't sell well. It's very complicated, and it doesn't explain things particularly well. Like I was trying to figure out yesterday why my healing spell didn't work properly. Like it says in the description. I think translation as well is an issue with this game. I think some of the tooltips aren't translated that well or not that clearly. But like I was trying to use a healing spell, and I'm trying to cast this healing spell. It says in the tooltip it's a healing spell, but why is it not healing my characters and stuff? And apparently it's because like your characters take permanent damage that can only be healed at an inn. So like then the healing or using herbs or something. So the healing spell only works to a point or something. But that, as far as I know, that's not clearly explained. So I was really confused for ages, and it's one of these games where you Google the answer to a question and the answer is on Game Facts from like 2009 or something, like really old Game Facts Q&A that someone posted. But I'm enjoying it for what it is so far, and yeah, people in chat trolling me saying Jez is never going to finish Persona. Yes, yeah. I'm going off course, growing my backlog when I shouldn't be. But it is what it is. It's just what I'm like. It's just how I play games. I'm that guy.
You are that guy. We got Skyo762 in the super chat saying, on vacation, so happy to watch live. With the success of Elden Ring, do you think Armored Core 6 will do well? That's the big question, right? Because most of the Dark Souls games have kind of, none of them really broke out, right? They were always this like big niche experience that a lot of people talked about, a lot of reviewers loved, that reviewed very high, but they never like broke into the super mainstream, like stuff like Spider-Man or even things like Sea of Thieves or whatever, where it has 20 plus million, right? Like the Halos and the Forzas and the Star Wars and things like that. It was a very well-respected, loved series. And then all of a sudden Elden Ring just blows up. I think Elden Ring has at least over 17 million now, if not 20 million. And I mean, the jump from their last game, Sekiro, to Elden Ring is astonishing. So it's one of those things where you have to study. If you're, in the industry and marketing, you're probably studying like, why Elden Ring, but why not the Dark Souls games? Because basically Elden Ring is a Dark Souls open world. So why did this one blow up and those other ones have it? And what does that mean for Armored Core 6? So that's the big question. So has FromSoftware elevated their standing to the point where Armored Core 6 is now going to overperform? Or are people going to look at Armored Core 6 and be like, I don't want anything to do with giant mechs and Armored Core? Like, personally, I don't really care about Armored Core. I've never really enjoyed Armored Core. So while the trailer looks pretty cool, I know in the back of my mind what Armored Core plays like. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this game. And I wonder if other people feel the same, where we might see FromSoftware regress. I mean, I don't think anybody expects Armored Core 6 to sell like Elden Ring, do we? Or even like Dark Souls 3. So I guess time will tell. We don't have that long to wait until August when it comes out to see if like FromSoftware is now one of... I mean, FromSoftware is one of the premier developers in the games industry. Everybody sort of copies them. But to see if they've taken that next step where it's like, all right, now you can expect all your games to sell 10 million and above, even if it's something like Armored Core. I'm very interested to see how that one performs. I'm sure it'll review well.
I've never played Armored Core, so like for me it'll probably be my first one. Obviously I wasn't a huge FromSoftware fan until, I always respected FromSoftware, but their games had always eluded me. I'd always assumed they'd be too difficult for me or too frustrating. I tried to get into Dark Souls a couple of times, but couldn't adjust to it. And then for whatever reason, like I got into Monster Hunter World, and then I took what I learned from Monster Hunter World into Dark Souls, and that got me into Dark Souls. And then I went through and completed Dark Souls Remastered and absolutely loved it. Still haven't finished Elden Ring, notoriously. But I do appreciate their games a lot more than I used to, and I'm really intrigued about Armored Core because obviously I've never played it, but I do like mechs. I'm a big fan of mechs. Play a lot of BattleTech. Play Mech Assault back in the day. I even have Mech Warrior 5 installed on my Steam Deck right now. another game I've been dabbling with here and there, just to make the backlog even more stupid. But yeah, I'm intrigued about Armored Core. I'll definitely be playing it.
Wookie808 says Xbox 2 is the best gaming podcast. Sony's showcase was mid. Starfield would be better than anything PlayStation has ever released. I mean, expectations for Starfield are
expectations are
through
high.
the roof.
Yeah.
Did you notice? I think that Billy Beacon guy on Twitter basically confirmed
Billy Beacon,
the Starfield controller and Starfield headset.
I didn't see that. That's interesting.
Yeah, basically, like it was like Project Ogden and Project something else, and it was like, oh, these things will be revealed at the game showcase on June 11th. And I think he came out yesterday and on his website and said, I can confirm that this is a Starfield controller and the Starfield headset. He has the pricing. It's like $80 for the Starfield controller, and I forget the price of the headset. And he said the Starfield controller looks exactly as the one that was leaked in those photos from a while back. So he thinks that the controllers will be like even sort of available that day sort of thing, and not like releasing around the game's launch, or at least that's what his like speculation is. But yeah, it seems like that's legit. Starfield controller, Starfield headset to be revealed at the game showcase. But it sounds like there's no Starfield console, so that is a little bit it's a little bit. I mean, I imagine there has to be a bundle, right?
Yeah, I imagine there'll be a bundle. But one of the things I'm increasingly curious about, is where the hell is the stock for the Series X? You know, and I am going to LA in a couple of weeks to meet with Xbox and stuff like that.
You've been sort of teasing. Well, I've known about it for a while that you were going, and I was trying to get you to say it on the show, but you wouldn't. But you came out and did say on Twitter that you would be in LA for the June showcase. Unfortunately, I won't be there. Otherwise, we could have had an Xbox 2 meetup. Because for a while there, Jez wasn't going to go, and then all of a sudden he changed his mind, and he's like, I'm going. And I'm like, really? Because that's why that week, not next week, but the week after, I was like, what are we going to do for a podcast? Because you're leaving for LA on Thursday, the 8th, right? Or something?
Yes, Thursday afternoon, yeah.
So you're going to be there. So you better put these questions to the brass. What's going on? What's up with...
I will.
I want answers, Jez.
I'll be trying. I'll be trying to get answers, bro. Don't you worry, mate. But yeah, I mean... There's clearly something up with the Xbox Series X stock. It's sold out everywhere constantly. Amazon ain't got any stock in Germany. I've never seen it anywhere here. There's no advertising because there's no stock, and there's no real momentum because there's no stock. You know, we saw like the sales is up a little bit in the UK in April, but it's like that's just reflective of the stock. Demand is nowhere near meeting. I mean, supply is nowhere near meeting demand right now, and I'm really curious why that is. You know, we'll see. We'll find out.
I want answers, Jez.
We'll try and get it.
You better get them for us. The listeners of Xbox 2 demand it. I see we have Tom Henderson in chat. Congratulations on your leaks being true, Tom. I know a lot of people were questioning Tom about the handheld Project Q. And the
questioning Tom,
the earbuds. Yeah. And then I wonder if people have apologized. Remember, people wouldn't apologize for you for Mortal Kombat 1?
Yeah, that was hilarious. Like the whole Mortal Kombat thing has been so funny. Like I leaked Mortal Kombat 1 the name. You know, but I wasn't gonna leak it. I wasn't gonna leak it, but that Billy Con guy did, so I corroborated it. And I also, since he leaked that, I leaked some of the characters that I'd heard about, which, you know, then Amazon Italy leaked. So, but then there was all these Mortal Kombat YouTubers, like a bunch of them, who were saying like, oh, who are these guys, fake leakers, whatever. And then it all turns out to be true, and then crickets, baby. Crickets, baby.
So I guess we all gotta be.
Tom doesn't leak though. He said in chat, Tom doesn't leak. He reports.
He reports. It's true.
Yeah, Tom is a proper journalist. I am not a journalist. I leak. I'm a pathetic leaker.
So now we got in our heads. All right, PlayStation 5 Pro next year, baby. Tom hasn't let me down yet. Now, what we need Tom to get...
Tom also reported PS Slim.
He did. Well, it was like a PlayStation with the external, like the disc drive removed that you could plug in.
Disc drive removed, right.
I guess like a PlayStation Slim supposed to be coming out at the end of the year. I would imagine they would announce that like right before it releases, because why announce new hardware? So they want people to keep on buying the PS5. So it doesn't really make sense to announce that if it's coming out. I would imagine around...
Series X is in stock in the UK apparently right now.
So PS5 Pro, Tom, we just need you to get info on the Xbox Series X2 or XL. We need to know if Microsoft is going to do a mid-gen upgrade. You need to get on it, man. That's what we need you. Come on. Chop.
Come on, Tom. What are you doing? Doing my job for me.
Yeah. Well, or you, Jez. You need to do some investigative, or Brad Sams or Tom Warren or somebody.
Oh, dude.
Let's go.
It's too much hard work.
Let's get to work.
I need someone else to do that for me now. I'm managing editor now. I don't have time for leaks anymore.
Get Miles on it.
Get Miles. Yeah, Miles.
Did you see Miles's mock-up of the Xbox handheld? It was like, and even Xbox marketing people were like rolling their eyes at him. It was great. Can we just take a second to shout out Josh Stein and the Xbox social media team? That was actually a topic. And we'll get to that.
Tweet. Oh, we got that as a topic?
I mean, it's a topic because it's basically Xbox clapping back at PlayStation and then IGN doing what IGN does. Rip it. Like, I couldn't believe the audacity on IGN. But I mean, it shouldn't really... I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, considering every time there's a video game trailer uploaded by any developer or whatever, IGN literally re-uploads it with their own watermark and puts it on their YouTube channel. So, like, I'm not surprised.
They can do that stuff.
I mean,
they're the biggest. They can do whatever they want.
Sure, and I guess, like, game developers will be like, yeah, we want our trailers on IGN because it has the big thing, but, those things make money, and it's like, okay, IGN's going to be getting... I'm assuming they run ads on those things. I don't know. I have YouTube Premium, so I never get any YouTube ads. But I'm not surprised. Well, I mean, come on. If you want to navigate YouTube in this day and age, you got to have YouTube Premium. It's so worth it.
YouTube Premium in this economy?
In this economy, yeah. But I'm not surprised that they literally took Xbox's image and cut off everything and just reposted it as their own. Not shocking whatsoever. It's IGN, right?
If I did that, I'd get sued.
I don't know.
Like my company's really like that. They're like, don't use anyone else's image without explicit permission, and like we have to have a source for every image and all this stuff so we don't get sued. I think it's a GDPR thing, maybe. I don't know, but whatever.
We have Hacky Sack saying, "How can we pay for Rand to play FOAMstars?" Oh, please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. I
tell you what, right, guys. Here's the thing about FOAMstars, right? If FOAMstars trends, and then Rand's friends play FOAMstars, Rand will play it. Because as we've established on previous episodes, Rand is a trending gamer.
That's not true. I keep on telling you guys that. And you know what's funny thing is my friends do think FOAMstars looks really good. And they can't wait to play it. And I just...
There you go.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, Gopher?
You're going to have to play it, bro.
Magic? Sam? I'm like, dude, you guys want to play this?
Aren't these guys the weebs, though? They're the weebs.
True. They are. They are the anime crew. They are the weeb crew.
Slap Square Enix on anything.
But I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I saw that trailer, all I got was like a vision of 6 months after the game launch and Square Enix saying they're stopping development of the game and they're closing down servers. I mean, it's Square. It'd be one thing if it was from a studio known for multiplayer projects or what have you, but Square Enix making games as a service that is ripping off Splatoon. My first thought was it's on the wrong. Well, I guess you say it should be on the Switch, but then it's like, well, who would want to play FOAMstars on the Switch? It's that whole like, oh, we have Splatoon at home. It's like we have Splatoon at home energy. So it's like, yeah, I guess maybe you couldn't put it on the Switch because who would play it when you have the superior version of the game? So it's like, all right, well, Square Enix is like, let's put it as a PlayStation 5 PS4 exclusive because you know that game's not coming to Xbox because nothing from Square Enix is ever coming again to Xbox ever again. They might as well be They might as well be bought by
Rand?
PlayStation.
Who knows, Rand? Maybe we'll be sitting there eating our lunch, and maybe FOAMstars will completely blow up and be an absolute massive success story and become the next Fortnite. No,
highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. Oh,
I think it's more likely that FOAMstars is shut down a year later. Man, that's the thing. Like, Sony's really all in on games as a service, as we saw by the showcase and as we've seen by their internal slides and meetings. But man, that is a tough area to break into. I mean, we see all the time live service games shuttering down or stopping development. It's a very saturated market, and you're trying to muscle your way in there. I mean, good luck.
Well, we've just good
luck.
I mean, we've got the whole Jason Schreier from Bloomberg has just put out a massive report about Naughty Dog's factions, and wherein he alludes to the fact that it might even be cancelled because it's currently having internal I haven't read the article yet, so forgive me.
Well, his tweet is Naughty Dog has significantly scaled down the team on its Last of Us multiplayer project, sources say, as it reassesses the game. Following Bloomberg's request for comment, the company put out a Twitter statement today saying the game was delayed. I haven't read the article yet either because I think this happened while we were live. Breaking news on Xbox 2.
Yes.
So,
but it just goes to prove that, like, while this is kind of like the flip side of the coin, whereas like Microsoft seems to be able to deliver these service games, they're struggling with single
Halo
player.
Infinite.
Okay, well, they got Minecraft, and that's doing well. That's just got a big.
Minecraft
today.
is like the ultimate games as a service, live as a service.
Forza hit 30
Forza
players.
does well. Yep.
Sea of Thieves doing well. So yeah, while
State of Decay.
I would say like, Age of Empires 4 even they've committed to their roadmap, even though Relic had some layoffs, which I believe was revolved around Company of Heroes not selling that well. But yeah, they've sort of like Microsoft's kind of got this live service stuff sussed out, and from what I hear, even Halo Infinite's doing all right now with the cadence is like ramping up and stuff like that. But this is the flip side of the coin. Is Microsoft often criticized for making these photorealistic single player action games, whereas Sony's sort of got that bit nailed down. So now they're trying to have to figure out through all this live ops stuff. Whereas Microsoft not only makes their own live ops games, they also own PlayFab, which runs Rainbow Six Siege and I think all of Ubisoft's games now, and a bunch of other major games run on Microsoft PlayFab, which is their live ops system. So they have a lot of data on how to do this, even though they stumbled with Halo Infinite, and they generally got this stuff down. So I think Sony will have teething problems, but they'll nail it too. They'll get it eventually because it's the way everything's kind of going. But one studio I don't think will nail it is probably Square Enix. They've got Final Fantasy 14, but that they invested a lot of money to save that. A lot of money. I mean, it took years for Final Fantasy 14 to literally be reborn. It's literally called Realm Reborn because they had to reboot the whole damn project. So that was like a trial by fire. But like FOAMstars,
Hey, we have over 1,800 people here watching live. Shout out to all of you. Love you. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you're enjoying the show, and please subscribe. On the way to 95,000. Appreciate all of you guys. We have Supernova in the super chat saying, so, new Castlevania game and Xbox Showcase, ? #Rand the Pokemon lover. So I guess your Metal Gear information was correct. Does that lead more credence to the Castlevania stuff?
Yeah, I think so. Like my information about, I think this is funny, right? Because I really genuinely thought I was the first person to this.
You weren't. You were the third.
Yes, I was the third.
And to be fair, I had been hearing about Metal Gear since 2020. Has this been rumored? That's been. Well, no. No.
Bow down to Rand, guys.
But the Metal Gear rumors have been around forever. They've been around since before this generation started.
Yeah. Well, okay. But anyway, like I put in my article that the first person who spoke about it was Nick, because that was the first person I'd seen it public. I was like, oh, well, if Nick's gonna... I wasn't going to say anything, but if Nick's going to say something, then I'll say something. So I put in my article, Nick Baker at Xbox... How do you pronounce that? Is it Xbox Era or Xboxera?
You'd have to ask him. Maybe it's
Xboxer.
Xboxer.
I'm gonna start calling Xboxer.
Okay.
That's how I'm gonna start. So Nick at Xboxer, that was the first time I'd seen anyone go public about it. So I was like, well, I said I wasn't gonna share anything, but if he's doing it, then I'm gonna do it. So I shared what I knew about the collection and all that kind of stuff. And then Nick sent me a message on Discord, bless him, and said, oh, actually, I wasn't the first one. It was Andy at VGC back in 2021 who first reported on this. And I was like, oh my God. So it was already out there. Okay. So so I went all the way back, linked to Andy. Shout out to Andy. He's a great reporter, by the way. But that, as far as I know, the classic collection wasn't out there, right? That wasn't out there.
I don't think so. That wasn't out there, no.
Yeah. So I think maybe I was the first to the classic collection.
Indeed.
But anyway.
I want a new Castlevania game. I really enjoyed the reimagining Lords of the Shadow series 1 and 2, so I would be down for something new. Nintendo Don the Otaku. So he says, so what makes you play and recommend something like Planet of Lana but shelve Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom besides your hate for Nintendo? Well, I've never actually played Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Planet of Lana is completely different from those two. So I don't know what you're trying to get at, Nintendo Don the Otaku. But then he goes on to say that Planet of Lana is great so far, though. Indeed it is. He just wants me to play Breath of the Wild. But what if I play Breath of the Wild and I hate it? Because one of my pet peeves is gaming is repairing weapons. And don't you have to repair your weapons all the time in Zelda, Breath of the Wild? Don't they break constantly?
I think it's not like Far Cry, where you got to do the loot materials and stuff. I believe it's more like Dead Island, where you just pick up a new weapon, or Halo even, where you just constantly cycling through what weapons are available. I think it's more like that. I don't think it's just like a survival game where you have to find mats.
Maybe one day I'll play Breath of the Wild, because I think that'd be the one I would enjoy over Tears of the Kingdom. I'm not like those puzzles, the Banjo-Kazooie, the Banjo's nuts and bolts stuff they have for Tears of the Kingdom. I don't really care for that stuff. So if I were to play one, it'd be Breath of the Wild. Maybe if you bug me enough, eventually I will, when there's like nothing to play. Flash says,
this is
what?
I think it's kind of funny though that Microsoft has the template now. Everyone says they like games like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Shouldn't we get a sequel to Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts now? That's like Tears of the Kingdom. No, yes. I don't know. I haven't played either, so.
People are trolling me in chat about weapons breaking in Sifu. Yeah, they break in Sifu, but you're not supposed to be using weapons all the time in Sifu. Because you got your fists too.
Well, it's the same. You just pick up a new weapon. You don't manage your weapons. I wouldn't not play it on that basis. My brother said that too. My brother said that to me. I don't want to play it because I don't want to repair my weapons. And I was trying to explain to him that it's not like that. It's more like Dead Island, where you just find those weapons you can just pick up and use.
Elijah Vasquez says, did you guys hear about the rumors that Demon Souls coming to PC? I mean, I did see the image Hazador shared on Twitter about Demon Souls coming to PC in July and Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut coming to PC in October. I did see that image. I don't know where it came from. Well, I don't know where Hazador found it or if it's legit. But I mean, Demon Souls and Ghost of Tsushima were both in the NVIDIA leaks from all those years ago, and that whole thing has basically come true, has it not? So yeah. I mean, yes. PlayStation pretty much told you all their stuff's coming to PC, whether it's day and date for their games as a service or a little bit later for their other games. So of course, yeah, I would expect Ghost of Tsushima and Demon Souls to be on PC at some point. It's just...
I just hope they get a different team to do the port than the one who did Naughty Dog's The Last of Us.
Wasn't it Naughty Dog that did that game?
Wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was, I believe, wasn't Sumo Digital involved?
No, Iron Galaxy was involved, but
Iron Galaxy.
But after the game came out, they said they hardly did anything on the game. It was mostly Naughty Dog.
Oh, really?
Like people were saying it was Naughty Dog because Naughty Dog wanted experience PC development for factions.
Well,
I don't know. At least that's what I was reading about it.
That sounds like one of them my uncle works at Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
Kind of things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Flash says, have you seen the factions news posted by Jason? Indeed, we just talked about it. Crying Jim Ryan says, announcing right here, Splooge Stars Collection Edition will come with an empty steel case and a battery-operated foaming stick with haptic feedback. Splooge Stars. Ink says, will there be anything on Elder Scrolls? I've been dying to get some type of update, even to know it's alive and well. Some trailer, something. I would expect nothing from Elder Scrolls.
Rand, why are you out here breaking everyone's hearts, bro? I try to get people hype and tell them showcases are fire.
Yeah, but when you say that and you get everybody's expectations through the roof, and then the show ends up disappointing, it's even worse, dude.
Oh,
you know what's funny? I've seen people say that you did it intentionally because you're on the Microsoft payroll, so they paid you to say it was going to be awesome, so people get their expectations through the roof, and they're just let down. So I've literally seen people suggest that.
That's some 4D chess shit right there. Yeah, that's... Damn, they got me sussed out, man. They got me sussed out. What can I say? Are you
saying it's not true?
I'm saying I can't say anything because of my NDA with Microsoft.
Ooh.
What?
Confirmed your suspicions.
Sus. Yes, indeed.
What else we got here? We have Sin Vendetta. Hey, Jez, would you be willing to meet up with us Xbox 2 fans in LA while you're over here? It'd be great to finally meet you in person. Yeah, Jez, you gotta do some Xbox 2 outreach, bro.
Yeah, I would really love to. I've actually I might have some free time, on Saturday. We'll see what happens. I'll talk on Twitter. If you see a fat dude with a tattoo and a beard, it might be me.
Talking about Diablo.
I guess there'll probably be a lot of fat dudes with beards and tattoos there, probably. A lot of games. That's the game journalist archetype, isn't it? But yeah, I'll be around. I'll be around LA Live. So
yeah.
Say hi.
JF1981 says, Jez, when you see the execs, can you ask what they are doing about performance issues on a lot of the Xbox games and why it's underperforming against a weaker PS5?
I have been investigating this on and off. I've heard some interesting stuff. A lot of blame falls on DirectX 12, oftentimes, and the way it's implemented on Xbox. I've heard that, for example, the way Xbox handles ray tracing is not as effective or efficient as the way PlayStation does. But I've also heard that very recent updates, like as part of this preview cycle, might be working towards making that better. I don't know for sure. It's one of the things I'll be talking about in LA. So stay tuned for more definitive answers on some of that stuff, I guess. Good.
Because we definitely need those answers. A lot of people have that. The Don CJG says, do game showcase lists actually exist? If one did leak, would it actually look like what these leaks suggest? To me, it seems weird there would just be a list of games. Have a good show, my dudes. Those lists are always fake. Always. Yeah. Most of the time, when you do have people who know, like Tom Henderson last year, where he clearly knew a whole bunch of stuff like the day before the show or 2 days before, whatever it was. It's like usually people who have seen the show or in PR telling somebody. The only time I've actually remember, it wasn't even like a list that leaked. It was just Microsoft sent out the list of games that were going to be at the 2020 show to certain publications and certain YouTubers. So they had the entire list basically written up as one of those Xbox Newswire blogs.
Yeah.
And that's why somebody like Z Huge basically said right before the show, hey, he talked about Avowed and some of the other things because they all knew it was going to be there because Microsoft sent out PR of everything at the show. Now, they've stopped doing that because a lot of people used to be able to find early Microsoft PR because like these images and all those things, they take time to make, right? It's not just like, oh, we announced it at the show and so, like all that stuff exists somewhere on a Microsoft server just getting ready to be added to the store or be, revealed in the Xbox Newswire blog. So all those sort of assets and things exist. And sometimes certain people might get access to those things. And, you start hearing around in circles about certain things that may or may not be at the show. You know what I'm talking about, right, Jez?
Yeah, I mean, I leaked the developer direct, didn't I? A few days before, and that's because an email got to me that wasn't supposed to get to me. I think someone literally just slammed in the wrong email in the CC box, and it ended up in my lap. So, I suppose these things happen, but I've never seen a document that was just a list of games. That's just that's weird, It would probably have more detail. It'd probably break down like the timestamps and stuff like that. So if you ever see these lists with photograph taken off screen with confidential watermark slapped over haphazardly in a sort of diagonal way, then it's 9 times out of 10 probably BS.
Yeah, don't believe it. It's not true.
Yeah.
That's why I always laugh when people send me that stuff and ask me if it's legit. I'm like, and that's why I did that video the other day talking about it. Never believe any of those lists that you see. They're always fake. Polish Kraken says Bloomberg announced Last of Us 2 faction might get canned. We talked a little bit about that. Christopher says Bungie apparently in control of live service. CGAAD93 says hashtag PlayStation has no games. Geez, a lot of PlayStation. Andrew13 says Embracer had a $2 billion deal fall through. Was it with Microsoft? Jez, you thought this was the most interesting story of the whole week. Was Embracer, the CEO, looking like a defeated man?
Yes, man, the whole Embracer fallout. I mean, I'll just recap it quickly.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to do it quickly. We can, because there is
make it a little topic.
Yeah, well, it was going to be a topic, but go ahead, catch the people up.
So basically, what happened with Embracer this week was their stock started slipping earlier in the week on rumblings that they were going to miss their quarterly earnings projections, and investments tend to work on projections. The people invest based on the way they think the company's gonna perform. That's why oftentimes people get confused when the stock goes up after a company has a bad quarter, but it's because they accurately predicted their projections. So even if the company does worse one quarter, as long as they accurately predicted that, and then the next quarter they're saying oh, but we're going to do better next time, and their predictions are generally accurate, the stock will go up because people trust them because they're trustworthy in their predictions. Where Embracer is fucked up, there's no other way of putting it. They very, very vastly underestimated their projections. But not only did they mess up their projections, they messed up their projections on the basis of a verbal agreement, which has really sort of shook people's faith in the stock. So what happened was they did a webcast where they were trying to I don't know, sort of waylay investor concerns about it, and they were like Rand said, I think it was Stephen Totilo, I think his name is pronounced. I probably pronounced that wrong. I apologize if I have, but he works for Axios, who's a very reputable outlet, and he described it as thus that the CEO looked like a broken man, and he did. It's pretty devastating viewing, and the guys there trying to explain what happened, and apparently what happened was they'd done their projections in the previous couple of quarters that they would have a cash flow of XYZ. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but it fell through on the base, and the cash flow didn't materialize because they'd projected that on the basis of a verbal agreement they'd made with someone for $2 billion deal for something like a game licensing deal, or a deal to provide development or something, a deal that was worth $2 billion, and they had a verbal agreement for that, nothing written down, no contracts, whatever. And then the verbal agreement was exactly that, a verbal agreement, and it didn't come to anything. So they did their projections based on verbal agreement, which was nothing burger, and their stocks dropped 50% in a week, which is it's a steep drop, So that is the Embracer Group drama from the hour. There's a great YouTube, there's a great Twitter account called Embracer Investor, I think, who tracks what Embracer's up to and stuff like that. So like if you're really interested in that stuff, you can check it out. But if you go to like Embracer stock now, it's basically worth nothing. It's like it's worth $4 a share, and that in the past year they've lost 50%, 55% of their share value, and it's dark days.
Well, yeah, but people are trying to figure out who the deal was with, the verbal agreement. Some people have suggested Microsoft, right? Because they do have an agreement with Crystal Dynamics, who's working on Perfect Dark, and Eidos, who's helping out with Fable, although that's never really been officially announced. That's something from Jason Schreier, right? Or Amazon, right? Because they have the whole Tomb Raider situation. Now, you think it's not Microsoft because Microsoft really doesn't do verbal deals like that. They want everything like tip-top legality sort of things.
Yeah, but my gut instinct is that it's not Microsoft because they are super duper
anal retentive about legality, and
yeah, they are crazy about this stuff. And Brad Smith runs a very Brad Smith is Microsoft's lawyer in chief effectively. He runs a very tight ship, and the idea of Microsoft, someone with the authority to make that kind of verbal agreement, doing that, they would get chewed out by Brad Smith. So I highly doubt it's Microsoft.
But that does open the question of if their stocks are down and they might need some cash because the $2 billion deal fell through, can Xbox slide in there and try to be like, we'll take Crystal Dynamics and Eidos off your hands?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? I mean, we don't know for sure if it wasn't Microsoft or not, but I think like at the very least, Microsoft, there's a lot of interest from Microsoft in Crystal Dynamics, at the very least, I would think. And Microsoft isn't going to buy anyone while the deal with ABK is going on, because it wouldn't be a good look, I think, or something. I've been told that don't expect any acquisitions while this deal's going on, basically, because legal bandwidth or whatever. I don't know, but I have to wonder if they are in a position where they desperately want to, get some of this stuff sorted, offloaded, enhanced, to help Microsoft's, to help their own situation. That obviously Microsoft would want Crystal Dynamics. I think they'd want Crystal, and they'd probably want the Tomb Raider IP, because that's one of the things Microsoft really lacks is beloved nostalgic IP. From my view, talked about it before, and Tomb Raider is already associated with Xbox to some degree, because some of the team from Crystal Dynamics now are working on Perfect Dark, both as part of the initiative and as a second party, and also you've got all the other aspects like the Rise of the Tomb Raider deal from before. So I don't think it doesn't stretch the imagination to think Microsoft would be interested in that. Just kind of like, is it bad timing, I guess?
Yeah,
because I think someone else could swoop in beforehand. Like if I was one of Microsoft's competitors and I was looking to be like, what, we can easily take a win from Microsoft here by picking up Crystal Dynamics at a discount, say. I think that it's feasible that could go down, but
yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Very, very, very interesting to see what falls out from all this. Nintendo down the Akak says, you don't repair them, you pick up weapons like ammo, but I don't care if you hate it as long as you give it a fair shot. Start with Breath of the Wild.
That's fair, I think.
Inked says, Rand, have you heard any info about Elder Scrolls 6? Nope. I doubt anybody has any info about that game, because who knows when it's coming. Probably 2027, 2028. Supernova, Rand, do you accept a job from Nintendo with high salary, but you're tasked to oversee all the Pokemon games? Sure. I mean, that means I can basically delegate it to somebody to play those games for me. Yeah, why not?
I actually think you'd be really good at making a Pokemon game, because you know what they need to change to make it better.
Yeah. Right? Carrick says, Jez, do we see Wandering Tower or Hellblade 2? I think we see both.
I personally believe. I'm pretty sure Wandering Tower is going to be there. I would bet money on that. Hellblade, a little bit iffier. But I would personally believe that both. I put money down for Wandering Tower and highly believe in Hellblade.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's just based on guesswork, not leaks.
Ink says, okay, so anything about Fable? I mean, no, I don't really have any info about Fable. Sorry. Canada says, will Rand play Breath of the Wild if subs hit 100K by the showcase? By the showcase? Like if I had 100,000 subs by the showcase? Yeah, okay, I'll play Breath of the Wild. That ain't gonna happen, so sure, why not? So, yeah, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe. There's some other shit that we got to talk about. And I don't really believe we're about to talk about this right here, but Xbox fans were demanding that Inspector Gadget release on the platform.
Yeah, we were bullying, apparently.
Yeah, apparently you're bullying poor Microids, the publisher, who releases all their games multi-platform, even games nobody's ever heard of. But for whatever reason, why are we even talking about this on whatever? But for whatever reason, Inspector Gadget wasn't going to come to the platform. And I think Xbox fans took it as like an amalgamation of all the games that skipped the platform, from JRPGs to Square Enix games to other things, as like this is it. This is
the straw.
No. Not that it's the straw, but this is the fight we can take it to, right? So they put all their energy that they have for developers and publishers who skip the platform and put it into this Microids publisher about Inspector Gadget. But granted, if I was still an achievement whore, I'd probably play Inspector Gadget. But that's neither here nor there, because I'm not anymore. But still, people raised their voices and were like, we want Inspector Gadget. We want this on Xbox. Yes. When everybody's saying they want that game on Xbox, none of you are going to buy that game. None of you are going to play that game. Come on now, really?
What are you talking about? I love Inspector Gadget.
No, you.
I actually did really like Inspector Gadget as a kid, but
I liked Inspector Gadget as a kid too. But nobody is going to be buying Inspector Gadget. It's just more of a rallying cry for games skipping Xbox. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden they were like, "Yeah, we got an Xbox version coming." And it's like, "Oh,
yeah, don't worry,
really
guys.
quickly.
Don't worry, guys.
All right."
Yeah. I thought that was really funny. I can't remember who said it now, but it was some dude at Kotaku, right? So some dude at Kotaku, whose name I can't even remember. He said Xbox fans have bullied Microids to get Inspector Gadget, implying that a microcosm of tweets generated an entire investment in the whole SKU of a game, as if they didn't have it already planned and they were just trying to stir up controversy, But anyway. The dude said that me and Tom Warren are bullying them. Even though I didn't even mention Microids. I said this is the state of the Xbox platform. And then Tom Warren was saying it's like Windows Phone. So it wasn't even about Microids. The Kotaku dude was so eager to take a pot shot. He didn't even properly read what he was saying.
Kotaku
and then he
eager to do clickbait journalism? Shocker.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
and
wait,
I was just I ratioed the guy.
I can't wait to talk about some of that clickbait website. Games Radar later. Oh man, have you seen some of this stuff that they've been putting out?
I can't talk about Games Radar, I'm afraid.
Why not? Oh, are you actually?
We own them.
Oh my lord. Okay, well I'll talk about Games Radar then at some point. I made a video about them.
I'm not hearing this.
Okay.
If anyone from Future's listening, this is all Rand. It's not me.
Nobody from Future's listening.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not just Games Radar. It's Games Rant as well. Like, I don't know what's happened to some of these websites. I really do think like Game Rant and I'll tell you what it is. I'll actually just tell you. Like, here's some like insider knowledge about how website blogs work. Right? I've talked about it before, but Google have invented this thing called Google Discover. Now, a lot of you Americans probably don't know about it because of your iPhones. But on every single Android phone, by default, that if you swipe left from the home screen, there is now a feed of news, a blog feed, right? And it functions very similarly to the YouTube algorithm. So, you know what YouTube algorithms like, you know what Rand's like with his clickbait, for example. Rand's amazing clickbait headlines. I'm sure this podcast titles have got some amazing clickbait for YouTube in there.
Doesn't. The YouTube title is Xbox Activision Appeal.
Wow, that's not very
PlayStation Showcase disappoints. Yes, and
okay,
Xbox Game Showcase. That's the title.
Okay, fair enough.
The podcast titles are just topics. I don't really use the YouTube stuff for those, but yeah, YouTube videos.
Okay,
you got to play the game everybody else plays, bro.
Well, that's the thing. Google has done that to blog sites now. So like stuff like that works really, really well on Google Discover, what's called. So that's why you've seen like a lot of these articles, which like they'll pump out like 5 or 6 articles about the same topic with the same sort of incendiary headline, with different variants to try and get a spot on everyone's phone. Because that's, if you could get a spot high up on Google Discover and Google's determined, okay, this phone user is a gamer, we're going to surface game content for him. Okay, he's an Xbox gamer, so we're going to surface Xbox relevant headlines, or he's a PlayStation gamer who enjoys nasty Xbox content or whatever, then they'll surface that stuff, man. You know, and that's the way it's going. And that's why you're seeing a lot of blog websites do this, because that's what Google's demanding. Now, everyone accepts this on YouTube. Like, it's just accepted that you do this on YouTube, and when you do it on YouTube, you're playing the game. But blog sites aren't allowed to do this for some reason. It's bad if blog sites do it, but it's great and it's smart if YouTubers do it. If YouTubers do it, they're smart and they're playing the game. If blog sites do it, oh no, they're you know. But it's much like with clickbait on YouTube. Just ignore it. Like, if you I see people sharing it, going like, "Oh my god, this article sucks," you know. And I've seen like a Game Rant piece about Xbox like being shared thousands of times, and I'm just thinking they played the game, and I bet that article is getting tons and tons of clicks because Google demands it. Google demands that businesses build their business models on clickbait, you know, more than ever. Like Windows Central, our business model right now is not built on clickbait, it's built on guides. So all of our money comes basically from Windows guides. Like, how do I saw a guide in the back end that was about some really random problem from like 1 million years ago. But every time you've got an issue with Windows, hopefully we've got an article that helps you fix it. That's the backbone of our business. But the problem is, Rand, AI is going to take that away. So, like, if you can go to an AI and say, how do I fix this problem in Windows? And then the AI will steal the content from our article and slap it up into the thing, and you don't have to click a link. We're going to have to do clickbait too, if I want to keep a job. You know, because investigative journalism takes a lot of time. That's why BuzzFeed News got shut down. You get journalists at BuzzFeed, yeah, they win Pulitzer Prizes, but maybe they put out one article every quarter, but they spent like 1 million weeks researching it. So that's why some of this stuff happens, you know, and it's Google. Google's the ultimate person.
Yeah, blame
you
Google.
Blame.
Blame Google.
Blame Google.
So yeah, Inspector Gadget. I mean, it's coming to Xbox now. Hope everybody's happy. That makes up for Final Fantasy VII not coming in my eyes, you know.
I'm over the moon.
Yeah, we're all happy. Gollum is a piece of shit apparently, and once
Gollum?
again,
oh yeah, Gollum.
Devs apologize for it. This whole gen has been a lot of title cards on Twitter apologizing for states of games. Stop releasing broken games, people. It's not that difficult. Come on now.
Dev apologies has become a meme now.
Yeah.
Like you put the logo of the game at the top and you have like a black background or something,
well,
and then like a font.
At least Redfall's not the worst game of the year anymore. Right? At least I saw people saying that. It's Gollum. Although Gollum was like the first next-gen game announced, and it finally came out, and I mean, I knew it was going to be bad just from the trailers, but it's even worse. And they're like, oh, we're going to patch. It's like, bro, none of the patches are going to help this game. The core gameplay and what you do is awful. I didn't know why you thought, like, whatever. It's just, I hate the fact that it's a generation where it's like you release half-baked games or something doesn't work and then you apologize. Like, come on. Like, that stuff just gets old after a while, considering everybody does it. And they probably didn't even write it. It's not like the devs probably wrote it. It's probably some marketing firm that wrote it, right?
I have no clue. Man.
Yeah. Big Wolf from in 14 in the super chat says, Rand, would you rather play Pokemon for a year for at least an hour a day, or keep hearing about the ABK deal with no decision for the next 10 years? Also, Jez, what's your favorite ghost Pokemon and why is it Gengar?
Oh man, I've been seeing. Well, to be honest, it was Gengar for years and years and years, and I actually have, and this is my prize Pokemon possession, Rand. You have to understand this. Okay. I have a shiny Gigantamax Gengar, and it looks amazing. It's my favorite Pokemon. It's shiny Gigantamax Gengar, even though Gigantamax has gone away and probably never come back, much like the Z moves and all those other gimmicks. However, since Sword and Shield, Rand, and I know you're very interested, I can hear everyone being so interested in this. My favorite ghost Pokemon is now Poltegeist, because I love tea, and it's a British ghost Pokemon. So I feel obligated to the King Charles, that my favorite ghost Pokemon is now Poltegeist. There you go.
Yeah, my eyes just roll over every time we have to talk about Pokemon. But I guess if I had to, I don't want to hear about ABK for another year, let alone another 10 years. Although maybe it would be good for the podcast, and maybe it'd be good for like YouTube videos and stuff. 1 hour a day of Pokemon's not bad. I could stomach an hour a day instead of 10 years of of that, right? So please.
We got 2,000 people watching right now, by the way.
Awesome. Shout out to the 2,000 people watching. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, please. Dead Planet.
Smash the like button.
Dead Planet says, Mooch thinks Forza Motorsport is 2024, and Xbox will probably just show that and Starfield plus a ton of indies. Any thoughts on this cool prediction?
I mean, survey says no.
I mean, they're gonna have indies. It's a Game Pass. Indies are part of all these shows. They're part of PlayStation shows. They're part of Xbox's shows. It's just a way of life at this point, right? Xbox has Game Pass. They're going to want to show games that are coming to Game Pass on day one. As for Forza Motorsport, I doubt it, because they just revealed the Forza cover art. And a single-player career gameplay walkthrough is coming at the extended showcase. So it sounds like they're getting really kind of ready to start talking about the game more than they have been recently. So we'll probably get a smaller trailer at the June 11th show, and then we'll get the extended single-player showcase at the extended thing, and the game will come out in October. I don't think it's going to come in 2024. I think Mooch is just probably just a little hurt that the PlayStation show wasn't very good, and a lot of games were coming to PC, and it was basically a games as a service show, and all the cool stuff was essentially coming to Xbox. I mean, it happens sometimes. Bad shows happen, right? You just don't expect it to happen after 2 years of not doing a show. That's the rub.
Maybe Mooch will come home.
Nah.
Maybe after no?
No, I doubt it.
Mooch, if you're listening, Mooch, come home. Come back to us.
No. I mean, no. Look, there's gonna be indies. There's gonna be indies at the show. So some of them won't look like you want them to look. Like the plucky spot, like, because there was a couple indies at the PlayStation show people were rolling their eyes at. Like, this is just a thing that happens. There's going to be third-party games at the show, and there's going to be first-party stuff. I mean,
all jokes aside, I think some of the criticisms of the PlayStation show, I'm going to defend PlayStation now. I think they're completely ridiculous.
Okay,
I think they're ridiculous. I think they had a good show. They showed a lot of good content. Yeah, it's multiplat. Who gives a shit?
That's not what you told me. That's not what you said to me in DMs, bro.
Well, I was just saying, yeah? I know how the reactions are going to be. I enjoyed the show. For me, I enjoyed the show. Yes, as a PC and Xbox.
Bro, I have your DMs. What are you talking about? You thought that show was mid as F, bro. What do you mean?
I think that's ultimately the thing. Is like, mid for PlayStation and mid against what I was expecting.
Sure.
But I think when you really step back, it wasn't a bad show. And I think as well, like attacking.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Attacking indie devs and attacking.
Let me ask you this.
People put that show together and they worked hard on it.
100%. But also people make shitty movies all the time. And can you not criticize them for putting together a bad movie? Can you not?
I never said you couldn't criticize them. I just don't think it's the. I don't think it warrants this kind of negativity and this backlash and this copium of people saying like, "Oh, they held loads of stuff back."
Because
it's
part
still
of it,
lots of good content.
Sure, there's good like I gave the show a C because there are some cool games that I want to play. But if I'm looking at it strictly as a show of like, hey, what am I playing on my PlayStation? You know, as someone who has a PlayStation and who only turns it on when there's exclusive content, if I'm looking at it through that vein, if I'm wondering what the roadmap is after Spider-Man 2, because we don't really know outside of Wolverine and Factions, and who knows if Factions ever comes out at this point, I was like, okay, what am I going to be playing? And if Xbox put out a show where it was like 3 first-party titles that showed up in two first-party titles that showed up in CGI announcement, one with gameplay, and then Xbox showed like a movie trailer, people would be roasting that show. And for good reason, because it would be a bad one. Part of it is because I think PlayStation fans expected more because they didn't do a show last year. It had been 18 months, some 600 days since PlayStation did a show. So they're expecting, like, we didn't do them last year, so they have to have a whole bunch of stuff in the pocket for them to actually talk about and show us what all these other studios are working on. And when you got a bunch of CGI announcements and a bunch of third-party stuff that's also on Xbox, it's like the expectations, like people were, I guess this is a situation where people expectations were at a 9 or a 10 level and the show came in at a 6 or a 7, but because your expectations were so high, it makes the show even worse than you would think. Like if your expectation was a 6 and they delivered a 7, you'd be like, okay, yeah, fine. But people weren't expecting a mid-show. They were expecting the show to end all shows. There's a difference.
The show ender.
And PlayStation fans on Twitter, they don't want to see games as a service. They don't like that stuff, even though the people who actually play PlayStation who aren't on Twitter love games as a service, just like players on Xbox do. They don't want to see time devoted to games as a service. They want to see AAA Sony first-party bangers like Spider-Man 2. And they didn't see that.
What was that? They got Spider-Man 2. What are you on
They
about?
did get Spider-Man 2, but even still, people are like, it looks great, but it just looks like Spider-Man 2018 or Spider-Man Miles Morales, right? So,
I mean, even I had higher expectations. I mean, not just because of stuff that I'd heard.
I had way higher expectations. Like I said, I was hearing from people that this was going to be the death of Xbox. And dark days for Xbox fans. So my expectations were this is going to be the 10 out of 10. This is just going to Xbox has had all this bad news recently with Redfall and the CMA and all this stuff. And I was just expecting, based on what I was hearing, oh, well, Sony's about to put their foot on Xbox's neck and twist, and it's over. And what I got was like, all right, like, it's a 7, you know, a 6, a D if you want to strictly just talk about PlayStation content when you're expecting more. I don't know. I mean, Sony used to put out amazing showcases. Like, you go back and look at 2015 or 2016, those shows were absolutely incredible. But I mean, they went away from that, right? They stopped going to E3. They started doing the digital stuff. But I mean, you I'm not going to argue with people's opinions about whether or not, you know.
I mean, honestly, I watched the show partially. Like, I wasn't going to watch the show because I don't cover PlayStation, and you know, usually the show is on a friendly hour. But I was free, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to check it out because there's so much hype, and I've heard so much things, and I was desperate for the Metal Gear Solid stuff to be real because of my track record. Were. I was desperate for.
Well,
so
let's just talk about PlayStation Showcase right now, okay? Since we're talking about it, let's just.
I thought we were. Okay.
Well, I mean, we are, but I mean, I'll just bring up my list because I wrote down all the games that were there, right? Just to give it a fair thing.
Okay.
What do you mean? What are you saying for?
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, it doesn't matter.
What were you saying? Go ahead, say it.
like on reaction, I don't think the backlash is warranted.
Are backlashes usually warranted? I mean, you didn't think the Redfall backlash was warranted either.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just, if I was a PlayStation primary gamer, I'm not that invested in exclusives personally, and maybe it's because I'm also a PC gamer. I play a lot of games on PC. I'm not that invested in exclusives, and like, because it feels like exclusives are more just point scoring. There was a lot of games there that I thought were compelling. Dragon's Dogma and Phantom Blade look great, and Helldivers 2 looked great, and there was a lot there that I was interested in. So if I was a primary PlayStation gamer, I would be quite content with that, I feel like. But then again, I just don't.
Yeah, but the problem
really
is
care much about exclusives.
The problem is, I think the PlayStation gamer that's on Twitter isn't down for games as a service, and that's kind of what this showcase ushered in, was the era of multiplayer.
Some of my reactions to you in DM were just more like, I know that all these games as a service ain't gonna go down well, because I thought they were front loading it with games as a service to get it out of the way. Yeah.
So it starts off with Haven's game, which is Jade Raymond's studio, which is a whole bunch of ex-Ubisoft people building a game for PlayStation. They acquired Haven, and it's a game called Fair Games with the money logo as the S at the end, right? Like reminiscent of Microsoft. Coming to PS5 and PC. So it starts off the show immediately. All right, games as a service, PC, day one. And it looked like a Payday clone, like a heist Payday sort of game. At least that's the vibe I got from the CGI. And that's kind of the tone that this show sets. Live service and CGI with really no gameplay. So you look at this trailer, very much like the Redfall trailer, where it's like, okay, what am I going to take away from it? This is the game. What can I expect? And I sort of feel like when you do CGI for multiplayer, it's even worse than you do it for single player, because it's kind of like, okay, what am I supposed to imagine? Am I supposed to imagine Payday? Am I supposed to imagine the finals? Like, what am I imagining for Fair Game? Although I will say, Jez, that you could have told me that was a Ubisoft game and I would have believed it, because it certainly looks like a Ubisoft game, a game that they would make, which is appropriate, kind of like, because it's all
what it reminded me of?
Ubisoft people,
Yeah, what was that game?
HMO says in the chat it looked like Ubisoft's Payday. That's exactly what I was thinking. That like this looks like, hey, make us a Payday clone, and that's what they came up with.
What was that game that... Oh, man, I can't remember what it's called now. Was it Boss Keep? After Lawbreakers fell apart, didn't they try and do some kind
Battle
of...
Royale, Radical Heights.
Radical Heights with the money.
Uh-huh.
That's what I immediately thought of, was Radical Heights with the money. Because that was all colourful and revolving around money, right?
Yeah. Fun speculation.
Yeah,
and
that game did nothing for me.
Also says it looks like Sega's Hyenas. It does, and that's another game where we only saw CGI for. It's like, I get why first announcement, okay, CGI, you want to announce the game, you want to use it for promotion. I understand that, but as like me, when a studio that's brand new announces this stuff, there's nothing that really excites me, because I don't even know the pedigree of the studio, right? It's different when, I don't know, let's say Remedy comes out and gives a CGI trailer for Alan Wake 2. Because at least I know what Alan Wake looks like in my head, and I know the track record of Remedy. Now, sometimes that goes wrong, like with Arcane and Redfall, where we saw the CGI trailer for Redfall. We were like, okay, what is this? Is this a Left 4 Dead kind of clone? But it wasn't. It was, their sort of take on Far Cry with vampires or whatever. But at least you could be like, okay, well, I sort of know what that plays like in my head, and Arcane's got a good track record, the pedigree. But when you have a brand new studio like this, and they're using CGI trailers, and you're not really sure what it is, and you're not even sure about the pedigree of the studio behind it, it's kind of like, it all falls flat to me. I don't know what to imagine, and I don't know what to expect. Where in other cases, I do,
I've said before that I am personally, I always prefer gameplay. Obviously, you want to see an engine, But I think it's acceptable to show CGI as an announcement, as long as it's sort of indicative of the finished product. I think that's fair. And I think like they have to do these things sometimes because they want to start hiring without it leaking, So I kind of think it's okay. So I'm not going to blame it for being CGI, but I will say that it did nothing for me personally. I kind of felt like it was Gen Z bait.
Gen Z bait.
Gen Z bait. Like, I mean, what else do you call it? Like hyper colorful, edgy, fuck the system kind of stuff.
Yeah, like a Watch Dogs, right? Like
Watch Dogs, like Watch Dogs 2, even. Like, I was immediately like, this game is not for me. Pass.
But you don't even know what the game is because it's not like you've. Yeah, but either way,
the aesthetic and
the aesthetic
style,
and everything.
None of that stuff appeals to me, and and that's fine. That's completely fine.
Ralph Wiggum, member for 7 months. Says happy Friday, everyone. Can't wait for the showcase. Me too, Ralph. Then they went into Helldivers 2. Trailer looked pretty good. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Helldivers, the first game was a top-down sort of twin-stick shooter. This one pulled the camera back, put it behind the character to be more of a third-person action shooter. Looks cool. Coming to PC and PS5 this year, so it's supposed to be coming this year. But I believe, even though this is a PlayStation IP, the studio making this isn't a first-party team, so it's be like one of those Xbox publisher partnerships. I mean, if I'm wrong about that, let me know. But I'm pretty sure they don't.
Which game?
Helldivers 2. I'm pretty sure they don't own that dev.
They don't own the dev. They what are they called? Arrowhead,
I believe. Yeah.
Arrowhead, yeah. So they don't own Arrowhead. They've just got a full publishing deal with Arrowhead. So it's almost like the Bungie stuff with Well, actually no, Microsoft did own Bungie, didn't they? I don't know, but yeah, it's a full blown deal. So you'll never see Helldivers on Xbox.
No, you never will. Then EA's Immortals of Erevam, which kind of looks like Doom, like if it was like with spells and
Magic.
stuff. I don't know. It looks cool. I'll be checking it out when it comes out in July. Ghost Runner 2.
We're actually previewing that game.
Oh yeah, you are previewing, right?
Samuel Tolbert is currently playing it, I believe, and we're going to be writing a preview of that game, so stay tuned for that.
Ghost Rider 2 look pretty cool. I have Ghost Rider 1 downloaded, and this is coming this year, so maybe it'll get me to go back and play Ghost Rider 1. Phantom Blade Zero, which is one of the standouts of the show to me. But even still, when I was watching that, I said to you, I'm like, is this gameplay or stuff? Because the way the attacks were super fast and switching characters, I was trying to imagine how that would work with the controller in my hand. Then I found out like their last game was a mobile game, and that the development on this game just started in like last year, and it's like, okay, I mean, I'm still like have my eye on this game, but I was just kind of like, man, like that gameplay's really fast. It doesn't, to me, it was kind of the straddle the line of like real or fake, because I wasn't sure.
People are trolling you because you called it Ghost Rider, but it's Ghost
Rider. You know, I always say things wrong. But yeah, go ahead.
Isn't Ghost Rider that Nicolas Cage movie?
Yes, Ghost Rider is that Nicolas Cage movie.
I love Nicolas Cage.
Sword of the Sea, which is Giant Squid's next game from the people who made, what was it?
Abzu.
Path of the Pathless and Abzu. It looks cool. It looks like Tony Hawk in the Sand Journey. I'd be down for that. That one's, I think, exclusive, or at least timed exclusive, because their games always launch on PlayStation first, always, and then eventually come to Xbox. Although
Abzu came to Xbox.
Abzu came to Xbox. Journey didn't, because I believe Sony owns that. But the Pathless came to Xbox 2 years later, and nobody bought it, because why would anybody buy it after 2 years? Talos Principle 2, a sequel to Talos Principle, puzzle game, which I never played. Looks interesting. And of course, maybe game of the show, FOAMstar from Square Enix. It's funny watching their reactions and seeing like Square Enix show up on the like the wall, and people are like, "Oh, what we getting? Square Enix is in the house!" Right? Like people were getting really pumped, and then they saw the characters, and they're like, "Wait a minute, what's this?" And then they saw there was like, "Oh, it's Splatoon but with foam," and then they saw the gameplay, and people's like, you could see their dejection in their eyes. So
yeah, I said to you, I think I said to you in DMs, "Oh God, is this NFT?" No, I said it publicly.
Yeah,
I said my NFT senses are tingling.
Yeah, and you were like, hey, you can keep Square Enix. So there's that game.
Yeah. You know what? I would not be surprised if this is their NFT play and they just didn't say anything.
It's possible.
Like the cosmetics you get are NFT based because they've got this simplistic graphic style which would lend itself well to transferring cosmetics between their games potentially. So I would not be surprised if FOAMstars is their NFT play and they just haven't said anything.
It's possible.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Then they went into Plucky Squire, which, was a very colorful kind of side-scrolling game, but it has an interesting mechanic where it's like a storybook, and you kind of then go outside of it's kind of like 2D, and then you transition to 3D in some areas. At least the tech behind it looks interesting, but most people... The problem is, I think when most people, the general audience, tunes into these showcases, they want to see what's exclusive, and they want to see AAA stuff. I think the vast majority of people aren't interested in watching a showcase that features third-party content that's going to be on other platforms, and they aren't interested in indies. Now, you can say that's horrible. Like, indies are the lifeblood of the industry. A lot of great creative risks are taken there, and games can be amazing. But I think the average gamer doesn't care about the Plucky Squire and would rather something like that not be at the show and any of the indies to not be at the Xbox's show. Because usually you have these stretches in Xbox Showcase or PlayStation Showcase where they show a few indies in a row or a few third parties, and people don't get really excited by that unless it has a hook to it, right? Like Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater Delta, where it's, oh my God, Snake is back. That's the hook, right? Nobody really gets excited to see Assassin's Creed Mirage or Alan Wake 2 because, whatever, it's Assassin's Creed and we've already seen it and it's coming to everywhere. They want to get excited. And as you see Snake, right, with that trailer, people are wondering what it is. Is it PlayStation's Grounded? And then it constantly goes.
Yeah, I saw the ants and I was like, oh God, it's Grounded.
Yeah, and I think I said to you when the bird dropped the thing in the water, I said, oh, this is Metal Gear. And then it kept on panning and panning, and then it was Snake, and then the awesome, music started to play, and it's like, all right. And it's interesting that it's called Delta, which is probably this is going to be their start point, so they can remake, Metal Gear Solid, all of them essentially. But who knows when it's coming out? Who knows who's making it? So there's that game, and the game before it was also a Minecraft game or Minecraft-looking game called Teardown, which I think is already out on PC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's in early access on PC, and it's supposedly pretty popular. So
yeah,
but it's also coming to Xbox.
Yeah, so like if you watch reactions, people start getting down once the FOAMstar stuff hit, and then the Plucky Squire and Teardown, and then it went back up with Metal Gear Solid. That would have been huge if it was exclusive. Like if it came through and it was like Metal Gear's exclusive, people would have lost their minds, right?
Yeah. I'm almost kind of glad that it leaked that it wasn't exclusive because it would have been a scramble to confirm
figure out
that.
if it was. Yeah. You have Towers of Agashaba, which is kind of like an indie Breath of the Wild type game to me. Final Fantasy 16 got its 10th trailer. A lot of people always talk about we saw Final Fantasy 16 and Street Fighter. Why the hell are these things there? Marketing deals, my guy. Square is about to sell Final Fantasy 16, and Capcom's about to sell Street Fighter. Sony has marketing deals for them, so they're kind of obligated to show them.
Yeah.
So it's they have to be there, even though it's you wouldn't want. I mean, remember how many times we saw Deathloop? It's one of those things where it's they're obligated to show it. So Final Fantasy 16 looks cool. My game share partner is buying it.
I just want to throw in there. One of the things Miles threw out this week was that one of the reasons publishers really like PlayStation is because they do those marketing deals.
Yeah.
And apparently they match marketing spend.
Yeah, I heard something if you're planning on spending $50 million to market Final Fantasy 16, Sony will match that dollar for dollar and spend 50 and then give them an extra 50 million or whatever. Sony will match any sort of marketing perks that they're for the people they're partnering with, and I'm not sure Xbox does that. I don't know.
I've heard that's one of the reasons why they prefer Sony. Like beyond the platform size.
Well, let me ask you this:
that marketing stuff,
does that need to change? Because then why would any third party want to market with Xbox if Sony's offering to match their marketing spend? That seems the problem.
Yeah, I mean it's worth discussing, but again, it's also rumor. I don't know for sure if that's the case. Maybe Microsoft does do those kind of things, but it does sound like Sony provides a lot of marketing support. I think Microsoft probably does other things that they think is equal and worth it, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe something I'll bring up at E3. I doubt they'll talk about that, though, to be honest.
My game of the show, after Star Wars Jedi Survivor is now out, this is my game I'm looking forward to the most. Alan Wake 2. Oh. Alan Wake 2. I know we got a snippet of gameplay, but it looks better than I ever imagined. And
yeah, it really does. It looks like they're going full bore with the gunplay and the particle effects.
It looks incredible. October 17th, can't wait. I think it's super intriguing that it looks like you're playing as the FBI woman, but then Alan is writing the story, but then there's parts where Alan is clearly also being played, or like what's weird. Going. I've actually just I'm going to replay Alan Wake before this game comes out. I'm going to replay Alan Wake. Play as well. Because it's been a long time since I played Alan Wake 1 to get ready for Alan Wake 2.
Remastered too, right?
It's been remastered. I mean, 60 frames, so there is that. So,
what bugs me about this so much? What? Microsoft passed on this. That could have been Microsoft's exclusive. They passed on this. They had first dibs on the Alan Wake IP, and they passed on it.
Yeah, but they passed on it to do Quantum Break.
Yeah, but they could have done. They could have just gone back to Alan Wake. This could be an Xbox exclusive right now, and Microsoft passed on it. I think that is really dumb.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't care. I'm happy it exists at all. Because I thought
I don't care either.
I'm
just thinking analytically here.
And would it have been a better thing if this was an Xbox exclusive? Absolutely.
Yeah, for Microsoft.
Absolutely. But I think both Remedy and Xbox probably were both of them out on their relationship with each other. Right? I don't think it really. I think there probably some bad blood between both. So I'm not surprised. But I'm just happy that Alan Wake 2 exists at all, regardless of whether it be, a multi-platform or an Xbox exclusive. I'm just so happy it exists. Then we had Assassin's Creed Mirage, which comes out the week before, October 12th. Looks all right. I mean, I haven't played Valhalla, so I'm not like Assassin's Creed burnt out like I was after Odyssey, so I'll probably play that one. It's also cheaper. I think it's only a $50 game instead of the usual 60 or 70. So does that imply it's not as big? Probably. Grand Blue Fantasy, then you get into some of the anime stuff here. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I couldn't care less about this stuff. I don't know. Maybe Jez cares. Maybe the weebs care.
I've heard of Grand Blue, but I've never played it. So
that's supposed to be coming this year.
Is it coming to Xbox though? Probably not.
No, probably not. At least not right away. Street Fighter 6.
Another JRPG skipping Xbox.
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 also, they showed off. That's coming June 2nd. Ultros, another indie game. And then Dragon's Dogma 2 showed up, which got everybody really excited. That's coming to Xbox as well. Five Nights at Freddy, Helps Wanted. Then you had the whole VR segment. Resident Evil 4 VR mode. Arizona Sunshine 2, Crossfire. I laugh when it was Crossfire. I'm like, ooh. Crossfire, Sierra Squad, and Synapsis. Right? Because the whole time I'm sitting here, I'm like, getting to this point, I was like, wow, there's not a lot of PlayStation content here. Not a lot of first-party content. And I'm like, and they still have to do a PSVR 2 segment? Because they got to sell the idea of you want the PSVR 2. And I know they came out like the day before with all these graphs and stuff about how the PSVR 2 is selling 8% better. But if you actually looked at the graph, it's flatlining versus kind of the upward momentum of the PlayStation VR 1. So it does imply that the PSVR 1 will eventually pass it. But then you could say, well, PSVR 2 is only sold at Sony Direct and not at retailers, and now it's coming to retailers, so that might help. But I'm not really sure this showcase here of PSVR 2 games is going to make anybody really go out and be like, I need to get me a PSVR 2, because like, where was Half-Life Alyx, right?
Like, even that, like, is someone really going to drop $500 to play Half-Life Alyx? I mean, they haven't done it on Steam. Because, like, to get Half-Life Alyx on Steam, you need a pretty beefy, setup. You need a gaming PC, and then you need, like, either at least an Oculus Meta whatever Quest with a very expensive cable. I don't know if you can use cheaper cables, but the Meta Quest Link for PC games is like, I think it's like $100 or something ridiculous. There probably is like cheaper versions of it, but I'm just saying, like, it's not. I don't think Half-Life Alyx is even that is going to help VR.
I mean, the price point hurts a lot.
The price point does hurt, but Sony did announce that sales are outpacing the first version. So.
Well, they did. I mean, yeah, but if you look at the graph, won't be for long unless people start picking it up. Then you had Bungie's new game, which I thought was going to be Matter and end up being Marathon. So I was like, oh, cool. Don't know when it's coming. And then the reactions to this are funny because people are like, oh, I'm watching a lot of PlayStation reactions to it, and they have no clue what Marathon is. None of them. Like, oh, Marathon? What's that? I'm like, do you guys not know the history of Bungie? But I mean, like, why would they? Because they're PlayStation fans, and, why would they know the history of Bungie and that Marathon was their game pre-Halo? So like, the blank reactions about, oh, Marathon, okay. And then to find out eventually, I saw a lot of them being like, please let it be exclusive, to find out it's not. It's coming to Xbox day one, coming to PC, cross-save, cross-play, all that stuff. Bungie truly living up to what they said about the acquisition, about how they're going to be a multi-platform developer. And then I saw a lot of people upset that this is going to have no campaign and no story, and it's strictly going to be a PvP extraction shooter.
What is PvP extraction shooter?
So an extraction shooter is kind of like Escape from Tarkov, where you go into the game and you kind of scavenge around to find items, to find things that you can bring out to like your own sort of like home, right? And bring into the next thing. And sometimes when you die, you lose whatever you brought. So you could have a really cool gun or some items. And if you get killed, like somebody else kills you, you lose all that stuff. That's what extraction shooters are. You go into a place.
Is it literally like from The Division? Because The Division had that whole.
Yeah. It's kind of like The Division's Dark Zone. Yes.
Right. Okay.
But a lot of people look at that announcement and they're like, "Oh, a new game from Bungie, yes," and they're like, "Oh, multiplayer only." So a lot of people aren't really vibing with the whole multiplayer stuff. So we'll see. There hasn't really been a AAA version of a extraction shooter yet. Like Call of Duty did the mode, the DMZ stuff. There hasn't been a strictly like, hey, this is an extraction shooter from a AAA dev. And a lot of these announcements here feel like everybody's moving away from Battle Royale, as they probably should, because Fortnite and Apex Legends and Warzone are so entrenched that it's very difficult to make a Battle Royale these days and have it be a success. But
I think a lot of these trends, like, people are starting to realize that they have a finite lifespan. Like, look at Pokemon Go. Look how many failed Pokemon Go clones there are. And like, there's even a Witcher Pokemon Go clone and all this kind of stuff. And the only Pokemon Go clone that has survived is Pokemon Go itself. Like, even the Harry Potter Pokemon Go clone did not survive. But yeah, I think Battle Royale's reached that point where the market's discovered how far it can go.
Yeah. So now the next fad is going to be extraction shooters, because I even think that's what Dr. Disrespect's shooter is that he's making. It's like a vertical extraction shooter. So now Bungie's making one with Marathon. Then they had a trailer for Destiny 2, The Final Shape, which is the final expansion for Destiny 2.
Final?
Yes, it's called The Final Shape, and it's like the final expansion for Destiny 2.
So what?
Or at least the final expansion as part of the epic story of the light versus the dark that started with Destiny 1. I don't know if there's going to be other expansions past that, but it seems like that's going to conclude the story of Destiny 2. And we know that they have Marathon, and we know that they're also working on another game that's like called Matter. So I don't know if they eventually do a Destiny 3 or what have you, but maybe it's the end. Then you had,
I hope so,
the second first party game that to show up here from Firewalk, which is a studio that Sony just bought, and it was a 20-second trailer set in space, and all I thought was, hey, that was a juicy looking space burger. No idea what the game is. At least with Fair Games, I could make an educated guess comparison. That it was, okay, that is a Payday clone. It's a heist game. I have no idea what Concord is. Like, that is the worst type of CGI announcement that you can make. A short one, and then not give you any idea of what it is. I mean, very reminiscent of Fable's announcement. Because it's like, oh, Fable's returned. But
I think you can only do that if the studio's got pedigree, or if it's a franchise that you can refer back to. If it's like a new IP and a franchise and a sort of relatively new studio that you don't really know that well, how can you get hyped about that? Like if Bethesda came out with a weird teaser for a new IP, I'd be like, oh wow, I'm excited for that because I love all Bethesda's games, you know. So, but when it's a studio you're not really not that familiar with, using like a new IP, it's kind of like, yeah,
it's weird. It's just like, what am I supposed to take away from this? Then they rolled the Gran Turismo trailer, and this is when people lost it, showing a movie at the PlayStation showcase. Jim finally came out.
They did that. I was shocked they did.
And
that.
then the end of the show.
Truly.
Lying, crying, flying, dance moves, Jim, Saving Private Ryan came out. And
very Saving Private Ryan, now they're showing movies at their game shows.
And he basically said, hey, this is before our final game. People started freaking out. They confirmed Tom Henderson's leak. You have the handheld, which looks just literally like they pulled apart the controller, stuck a screen in there, and put the controller paddles back into it, and some earbuds.
I didn't hate that concept.
Yeah, streaming device, what have you. And then they ended with a large gameplay segment of Spider-Man 2, which, you know, I thought looked really good, and I can't wait to play it. But they weren't even really confident enough to give it a release date. Just fall 2023, when I thought for sure they'd announced the date, but I guess not yet. So
I heard the launch, I don't know if this is out there already, but I heard the launch window for Spider-Man was September. A while ago now. So we'll see if that changes or not.
But they weren't confident enough to put it in their show. So if Xbox, like if you transition to the Xbox showcase, right? Because this one was, if you're just looking for PlayStation only content, it was a D. Some would say an F. Overall show maybe a C. I got yelled at for even saying that. But if you were to tell me, okay, we have the Xbox showcase coming up, and it's going to feature 3 first-party games, and 2 of them are CGI announcements, and the rest is third-party and some indies that are exclusive, I would tell you that show would be a disaster too. Especially because of what people expect. The Xbox showcase the last 2 years has basically been the same exact thing. Starfield, Redfall, a Forza, either Forza Horizon 5 or Forza Horizon or Forza Motorsport, a segment with Pete Hines talking about Fallout 76 and the Elder Scrolls, a Sea of Thieves segment, a Grounded segment, and it was like, okay, people are expecting more. And if you told me the showcase was going to feature two brand new first party announcements, CGI only, and then 1 gameplay segment, and the rest was just filled with Game Pass announcements for indies and stuff, I'd be like, people are going to hate on that show. And that's not what I'm expecting at all. So, like, what does Xbox have to do to... I mean, a lot of people are saying, hey, this is an easy win for Xbox. This is a layup. What do they have to do to avoid the sort of reaction that PlayStation just got?
Well, according to some websites, all PlayStation needs to do show up.
Yeah, PlayStation, all they had to do was show up. Yeah, that's right.
So, according to some websites, it's a foregone conclusion. There's just nothing Xbox can do. But for me, I think I'll say this right now. Xbox is pretty confident.
Oh, so, I mean, after seeing that show, if they were not confident after seeing that show, I'd say cancel. I'd say cancel the Xbox showcase. Everybody who's already got their flights booked for the FanFest thing, cancel it. Because if you are not confident about your own stuff after watching that, then what are we even talking about here? I would be, I'd be like, that doesn't mean much to me, Jez. Of course you have to be, come on.
Yeah, well, I was just, being slightly facetious, but there's like, what do they need to do? I mean, we know what they need to do basically, because there's a lot riding on this show, I think. The Xbox community, the morale's been lower than usual because of like a sort of, I don't know what to call it, a barrage of misconduct, malcontent. I don't know what you call it. A barrage of sad, sorrowful announcements. ABK deal probably falling through. You've got Redfall being red awful, and you've got a bunch of people are sort of a little bit on edge. I think in the community the last few weeks, the tone is completely shifted now. Like everyone was, I think a lot of Xbox fans, content creators were kind of nervous that Sony would twist the knife, and there was like I don't know, something, I can't remember who said this, but I think it was an insider or something said that Sony's going for mindshare dominance with their PlayStation showcase. I can't remember who said that.
Yeah.
But they've left the goal open for Xbox to score here, I would say. But Xbox is pretty renowned for dropping the ball.
Don't put that energy out there, Jez. Do not put that energy out there.
Yeah. So I think you should always, generally speaking, temper your expectations, no matter what anyone says, influencers or otherwise.
Well, I mean, hey, the PlayStation guys should have, but they didn't.
Yeah, maybe.
I hate this whole thing. I didn't temper your expectations. I hate that shit. Deliver something, please.
The thing is, like, you expect. I think people expect more of PlayStation. So that people went out there with wild expectations and whatever, and when PlayStation stumbles, you can really notice it. But I think there's a lot of potential here for Xbox to really shift momentum back into their half, because they had a lot of momentum going into this year, and they have these sort of waves of, almost like a roller coaster, these waves of like having really great momentum, announcing lots of positive things almost on a weekly or monthly basis, where there's like something come in, great Game Pass announcement, blah blah blah, and there's this like really positive cycle. And then like the last short while, it's just been like catastrophe after dilemma after FUD, and then the media's been really nasty to Xbox in recent weeks, and they've got a lot to prove, I think, right now. So personally, I think like for Xbox to really score a win here, Starfield at the top of the pyramid, Starfield has to be good. Like, if they are not only ending the show on Starfield, they have a whole show dedicated to Starfield. That has to show up, and it has to show up strong, polished, and really sort of impressive. Now, I already know that the thing about Skyrim and Fallout and these kind of creation engine games, they come with caveats, right? And I think they come with some of the caveats that these creation engine games have, I think like they lend themselves to more criticism when the game's exclusive. If Starfield was a multi-platform game, some of the criticisms that would be leveraged at Fallout and Skyrim, if Fallout and Skyrim were full-blown exclusives, I think like in today's world, some of the criticisms that I'd be leveraged at those games, like it's janky, or it's got buggy NPCs and all that kind of stuff. I think when it's exclusive, some of those things get highlighted and accentuated and stuff like that. So Bethesda really needs to come and show up, and I think Bethesda will also have Bethesda will always have its fans, like me. I like Bethesda games and I accept their shortcomings. The fact of the matter is every object in a Bethesda game is interactive. Not many games have that. The backgrounds are static. So like there are downsides to that, The downsides are that NPCs often get confused with pathing because they don't know if a chair is going to be in the way or not, But yeah, we'll see how that shows up. But Starfield needs to look good. It needs to really impress and it needs to really push the bar. But we'll see what reactions look like when the game is exclusive. Because I think like when the game's exclusive, the people are harsher. I think people they'll really go over that with a microscope and be like, why isn't it like this? Why isn't it like that? But anyway, Starfield has to show up. I think Microsoft really needs to show some photorealistic games to offset the criticism that they can't deliver the same kind of the visual density that Sony often can. So like I want to see Hellblade, and I know we already know Ninja Theory is capable of those kind of in-engine visuals. But I think like they have to have the gameplay to match. And if they do show Hellblade, I don't want to see on-rails stuff again. I want to see gameplay. I want to see someone with a controller showing me what it looks like to actually play and not just watch, So I would love to see that, something from that. I think one of the things that is it Reset Era? They call it the Elusive 5.
Yeah.
What are the Elusive 5?
Like the games from 2020. No, the Elusive 5 would be Perfect Dark, Hellblade 2, State of Decay 3, Avowed. Just like basically any of the announcements from 2020.
Contraband, surely.
Contraband was in 20. No, that's not part. The Elusive 5 or any of the games announced from 2020 that we haven't had an update on since.
Okay, well, can't remember. But we did have an update on Perfect Dark, didn't we?
No, we haven't. Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe gameplay of some of the Elusive 5. I think you need at least maybe 2 of the 3 Elusive 5 giving us a substantive update on what they look like in engine, what they play like, and stuff like that. None of those Elusive 5 games should be CGI. We've already seen the game and the concepts and stuff like that. They absolutely have to be at least in engine. Like, sort of like the way we went from Hellblade CGI to Hellblade in engine, hopefully to Hellblade gameplay. Bring me along with that story. The Elusive 5 have had CGI. Oh, the 50th Everworld, Alvin says. Yeah, Everworld. So one of those games needs to show up, 1 or 2 of those games needs to show up with gameplay, or at least in engine, give us a glimpse of how it plays. No more CGI for those, all right? I think I'd like to see some of the long-rumored games revealed, like the Wandering Tower from Stoic. Maybe even put a mark on, whether or not that IO Interactive game is exclusive. Maybe those can be CGI. Although, honestly, I think Wandering Tower is probably nearer than people might expect. So maybe that could be an engine. But if they are working on Project Dragon kind of, online fantasy game with IO Interactive and it is exclusive, I think that I'm fine with that being CGI. But that could be exclusive. That could be exciting if it's done correctly. And we all know there's going to be some indie games. There's going to be some, but I want them to be like, I really like it when they do rapid fire indie showcases that sort of like.
That was a really good thing about this show was the pacing, because it was Jim Ryan says something in the beginning and then he doesn't show up until the very end, right? So that's one of the things I don't.
He's terrible at presenting.
He is terrible, but at least it was one game trailer after the other, right? We don't need Sarah Bond to come out and talk for a couple minutes. We don't need Pete Hines to come out and talk. We don't need Matt Booty to come out and talk. We don't need Phil Spencer to come out and talk. Like, you could just have one person come out, intro the show, and one person end the show, and the rest is just it's the thing with Xbox. It's time for talking's over. Okay, you did your talking, you did your apologizing with Redfall. You had Phil basically all pissed off and looking all depressed. It's time to actually showcase. It's time to deliver. Yeah. You want to talk about what Xbox needs to do to avoid the reaction that PlayStation is getting right now? They have to really show what's coming next year. Like, sure, we know the games because Xbox revealed them all in 2020 and whatever, but out after Forza Motorsport, no clue. no clue when anything's coming out. Absolutely no clue. I couldn't tell you if Hellblade 2 was this year or 2024 or 2025. Nobody knows. No clue about any. So they need to come out and be like, all right, we need to show people what is coming after Forza Motorsport, right? We need to be like, here are the games coming in 2024. And even if a game like Fable is coming in 2025, which maybe it is, you probably need to show it again in some manner to be like, all right, well, here's Fable. So to me, it's like you need to show gameplay. You can't show CGI like PlayStation did here for a game that you already showed. Like if you come with Avowed for the second time, but it's a CGI announcement, not having that. Avowed needs to be a gameplay second, and especially, then need to date it. Like, I don't need the actual release date, like September 15th, 2024, but it should say 2024 on it, right? 2024. Yeah. Okay, fine, good. I don't want to be like, all right, let's see. Oh, cool. Here's The Wandering Tower, and there's nothing. Oh, great. Hellblade 2, and nothing. Like, because we've been waiting a while for the roadmap and updates on these games. So you need to have gameplay from a selection of them. You need to at least tell us what's coming in 2024. And that's really what I'm looking for. Maybe some glimpses of some stuff coming in 2025 and some brand new announcements. But if you're going to come at me with 3 first-party games and CGI stuff, and that's it, and you're going to rely on Starfield, I'm just going to be like, this is not good. That would be a failure of a show to me. So
I think CGI has to be kept to new announcements only, and hopefully the CGI is good. Like when they first announced Diablo, it was with that amazing CGI trailer. It was absolutely incredible. I actually think the intros to Diablo 4 is one of the best intros I've ever seen in my life. So if you are going to do CGI, I don't expect it on Blizzard's level. Blizzard kind of like Blizzard CGIs are just, no one does them better. There's just no one who does CGI better than Blizzard. So I wouldn't expect anyone to be quite on that level. But at least it should be exciting. It shouldn't be like, what the hell? I shouldn't be left thinking, what the hell is this? Some hipster sort of abstract art thing that's like some art project. At least give me a flavor of what you're going for here. Like State of Decay. I thought State of Decay had really good CGI. The only thing that made me nervous about State of Decay was that it was really photorealistic, and I don't know if Undead Labs is quite capable of that visual quality. But who knows? Maybe they'll prove me wrong. But yeah, I agree with you mostly. I like when it comes to dating things, like the games that if they do have gameplay or in-engine slices for some of these games, they should at least try and put a year on them, maybe. To that end, like, I do know that... Well, I don't know for sure, but I believe the 12-month thing is ditched. There's not going to be...
so.
There's not going to be a 12-month caveat attached to this show. So, like, some of the stuff we see probably will be further out, and I like that. I personally like that.
Good.
I think, like, I think 12 months is fine if you can stick to that consistently, but evidently they can't. So I think, like, with the way tumultuous game development is, I think you probably shouldn't do that unless you know for a fact. It's not like a movie schedule. Like, even movies get delayed sometimes, but I think, like, it's a big risk to say 12 months and then not have it be 12 months.
Yeah. But, but Xbox has they have the ability to, if you want to talk about mindshare in that regard, kind of take it away and be like, hey, look what we're doing. People are questioning PlayStation right now. Yeah, regardless of the fact that will remain, a console that constantly is being bought and a console that will be the market leader. But a lot of people are now looking at Xbox and be like, you can get rid of all that bad juju that happened with Redfall and the ABK deal and actually get some momentum back. Showcase why exactly people should be excited about playing in the Xbox ecosystem. And look at all these great games coming to Game Pass. And look at what we have coming from first party, like Starfield, Forza, Hellblade 2 look amazing, and Avowed. And this is what Compulsion's working on. And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you have that opportunity to nail this because of PlayStation basically stepping on a rake and slapping themselves in the face like in The Simpsons.
There's a lot of Simpsons references in this podcast.
Yeah, especially in this episode. But I will also say, Jez, that Xbox got... I want to see more energy like this. Because after the show, I'm going to put up some visual images for some help here.
Oh, wow, visual aid?
Some visual aid. Immediately after the show, Xbox tweeted out, "What a good-looking group," with little sunglasses emoji. And on the side it said "coming to Xbox," and it listed all the games from the PlayStation Showcase that were coming to Xbox. Because you weren't sure, because the PlayStation has a history of money hatting. Like, we know what happened with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy 16 and stuff, right? So it's like, you weren't sure about Marathon. Even though Bungie said it was going to be multi-platform, you're just not sure. So Xbox literally comes out, and this one really shook people, Jez. Because I think this was super smart.
It was smart.
It is really super smart because there were a lot of outlets. Like, for instance, I saw IGN do this in their tweet. Talk about Metal Gear Solid Delta has been announced, and they only mentioned PS5. They didn't include PC or Xbox. I've seen Eurogamer do that, where they don't even mention the Xbox version in multi-platform announcements. And it's kind of head-scratching.
I think that was just a mistake.
But they reference even the PR in the article that mentions Xbox, but then it's weird, right? So Xbox comes out, puts together this banger of a tweet that has people like me being like, I want to see more of this. Like, yeah, Phil Spencer congratulated Herman Helst because putting together shows is hard. All that stuff. The sort of energy, yeah, you know what? That's great. But from Xbox, like the brand, this is the sort of stuff I want to see. Like, oh, these are the games coming. And look at the engagement on this. 9,404 retweets, 5,879 quotes, 58,000 likes, 1,300 bookmarks, 10.1 million impressions. This tweet by Xbox had more engagement and impressions than any of the tweets from PlayStation themselves for the showcase.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yes. So, and they mention here you have Immortals game, you got Ghost Runner 2, Marathon, Alan Wake 2, Dragon's Dogma 2, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Plucky Squire, Teardown, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Talos Principle 2, the Cat Game, and
Cat Quest,
and Neva,
dude, Cat Quest,
whatever.
Cat Quest looked awesome, bro. I will not have slander against Cat Quest. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, more of this, please. But then that even turned into a different thing because we mentioned Stein. IGN took this, cut off the part where it said coming to Xbox, and watermarked it themselves and put it up on their own websites that even had Josh Stein, who runs this sort of stuff, being like, wouldn't it just been easier to quote retweet instead of basically making it seem like it was your own image? I thought that was pretty petty by IGN, Jez.
Yeah, I think the thing about IGN's social guy is that he's really overzealous and clearly doesn't think things through when they do it. And he's probably just thinking like, I'll follow a process, watermark on this, blah, blah, blah. I don't think they were doing it on purpose, but it was still pretty damn unprofessional. Like, I wouldn't, I'd get in trouble for doing something like that, We used that image in the article, but we gave Xbox proper credit, So, oh well. Certainly didn't watermark someone else's image.
But bro, there are a lot of people being like, oh, Xbox is subtweeting PlayStation about the lack of exclusives. They better bring it at their own show. And I'm like,
I was amused by how much pearl clutching there was about that
tweet. Jez, please. Speak on it.
There was so much pearl clutching, like, oh, how that's not very professional from Xbox. But then the same people were tweeting like Blockbuster dumping on Netflix for adding password sharing, or like Peacock dumping on HBO Max for changing its name. Like, what is with this hypocrisy? It's Twitter, for God's sake. The whole point of Twitter is when you're a brand, you're a bit sassy, and that's how you get retweets. It's literally that's the smart social media play. It's doing the job. And I thought it was. I didn't think it was nasty or in
No.
In mean spirit. It wasn't attacking PlayStation. It was just like, hey, look, these games are coming to Xbox as well. Kind of like when Microsoft took out, I thought it was hilarious when Microsoft took out a full page ad next to a Destiny ad in, I think it was the New York Times or something, some newspaper. And it was just a green block with also coming to Xbox pointing to the right. I thought that was hilarious, you know. But yeah, the pearl clutching is pretty funny. It's just good business, man. I don't know.
Did you see Games Radar? Basically use this image and only put images of Starfield in there.
What image?
This image, the Xbox pin tweet image of what a good looking group. They basically took and then over each one of the individual pictures, they just put a different picture of Starfield.
Why?
Because Games Radar, clickbait journalism.
But I don't get the joke.
That Xbox only has Starfield. Duh.
Oh,
isn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Some of these sites that are bending over backwards to attack Xbox, they're going to be, you know, sort of eating crow, I think, because they're alienating half the audience at the end of the day.
But did you know, according to Games Radar, that even with few big hitters missing, the PlayStation showcase was nearly perfect?
All right.
And the same website wrote earlier that day that all PlayStation has to do is show up.
Yeah.
And then it was
discover. I keep telling you.
Or the article where it's worded like a Starfield fan died because he learned of the delay.
Oh God,
or any of the Starfield CEO nonsense that they constantly push about. Oh, Starfield's loss could be this game's gain and stuff like that. Like
so
SEO
weird.
puppy farm trying to like get the #1 slot, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to be really interested which outlets that gave Fallout 4 a pass and Skyrim a pass. Like, interested which of them slate Starfield, because it's going to be essentially Starfield in space with, like, you know, Skyrim in space with, like, some modern bells and whistles. It's going to be fundamental. It's almost Bethesda games are a genre, you know, and I don't think Starfield's going to stray too far from the typical Bethesda formula. So it's going to be interesting to see how things have changed and whether people still like that formula after loving it so much when it was multi-platform. I'm very intrigued about some of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Man, if you guys are enjoying the show, do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. I just love looking at this tweet. It's a good one. I mean, man, do more of this, please, Xbox. Be more aggressive. Thank you. Have a good showcase. Excite your fans. Show us the roadmap of what we're going to be playing next year. And everything will be good. Don't show a movie trailer, by the way. Nobody wants to see Halo Season 2, okay? Save that for something else.
I would love to see a Gears movie trailer and a Gears anime trailer.
Nobody wants to see that at this show. Save it for the
I don't
Keeleys.
care. I want to see it. I want to see it. I don't care. I want to see it.
Save it for the Keeleys.
If it was a Last of Us movie, I think it would have been different. But I think, you know, when it was Gran Turismo and, you know, sort of reviews of that Fast and Furious movie, Fast X or whatever it's called, haven't been that great. I think it was kind of like the wrong time to show that off. But I think like if it was a different movie trailer or maybe something unknown from one of their other IP or something, I think it would have not been so criticized. But who really cares about Gran Turismo as a movie? I don't really know.
We have Chris R. in the super chat. Says, have either of you seen anything regarding the Coalition lately? I'd love to know the state of Gear 6 or whatever else they're working on. I haven't. I don't know if Jez has or not.
I've heard some hype things about Gear 6.
Hype! All right.
Still waiting.
Corey says, man, if Gear 6 is at the showcase, Jez, it's probably going to be your favorite showcase. You'd be so excited.
True that.
Corey says, Jez, if Xbox put that show on, 95% would be in Game Pass. There's a huge difference. Is any of that stuff day one on the PlayStation service? I mean, I guess that would be a difference between the shows. Most of the stuff that Xbox would show at least would be in their subscription service. And who knows if any of those will be on PlayStations. Nintendo Don the Otaku. The difference between 90% of a PlayStation show being multiplat and 90% of an Xbox show being multiplat is that at least most will be day one in Game Pass. Absolutely.
That's true.
Just Bring It says, what about Halo Season 2 trailer for June 11th? Absolutely not. Don't waste time on that. Xbox isn't in a position where they can waste time on multimedia stuff. You know? It's got to be about games. It's got to be about the games. It's got to be about the promises you made, showing off all those games in 2020. People want I've seen people say they don't even want to see new game announcements from Xbox until they actually get updates on the games they already announced. You know?
Yeah. I've probably screwed up some of the plans because of leaking crap, but
yeah. Sin Vendetta. The PlayStation Showcase for me was okay. 6 out of 10. Game announcements I like were Phantom Blade 0, Dragon's Dogma 2, Metal Gear Solid Delta, and the MGS Masters Collection Volume 1, and Spider-Man 2. Oh, and Alan Wake 2 as well. Game looked like a perfect around the spooky season. Yeah, I can't wait to play that. God Emperor Sofa King. Jez, this was Sony's TV moment like Xbox's 2013. Aragorn says, after seeing the feedback on the play situation, state of play, Xbox would be crazy not to temper expectations if they aren't packing heat. They seem confident. Trans Autumn says, I really want to see Avowed, crossing my fingers. Me too. I really want to see Avowed as well. I mean, Phil did mention he saw a build of it, so maybe there's they can have a vertical slice. Although, if we do see Avowed, please let it be gameplay. I know, I don't know, somebody in his chat said they don't do 2 reveals in a row where they did 2 CGI trailers. And I'm not saying they did, but I'm saying I don't want to see Avowed after 3 years and it be, CGI or something. I would like to see straight up gameplay, please, with a year. When am I expecting Avowed? That's part of the reason why PlayStation fans are so miffed right now, because it's like, what is the roadmap after Spider-Man 2? Is it Concord in 2024? Sure. But what is Concord? When is Marathon coming out? What is Fair Play? When is that even releasing? Because I didn't see a date down there. What about Wolverine? Oh, is that next year or is that 2025? So you're kind of just like, what am I going to be playing next year for PlayStation? And I don't want to exit this conference that Xbox is putting on with the same question mark, like, what am I playing in 2024? Dead Planet. Am I crazy to think...
I'll still be playing Persona.
No, you won't. You won't finish it. Am I crazy to think Spider-Man 2 wasn't all that? I thought it looked really good, but, it looked like a prettier version of Spider-Man for PlayStation 4, but I think that's to be expected. I mean, I can't wait to play and experience the whole symbiote saga and imagine how all that plays out. But it looks like a lot of that whole gameplay segment was very much Uncharted, like chasing after, doing all the cinematic takedowns, very Uncharted. Panda Host says, do you guys think Bethesda will nail Starfield, or will it be buggy and messy like almost every AAA game this year? Jez, what do you think? I mean, I'm sure there'll be bugs.
There'll probably be bugs. I mean, the game it's going to be really complex. It's the creation engine. Every single object is a real object. The modularity of creation engine, the modding, and all the stuff. There's downsides to that. The downside is the complexity of the engine lends itself poorly to bugs sometimes. But I think this is probably the game that's probably had the most testing in Bethesda history, because you've got pretty much every single Microsoft, all of Microsoft's bets are hinging on this being good. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the reasons for the delay, was polish. I've heard the game's basically been finished since December, playable build since December, fully playable start to end. So they've pretty much had 7 months purely, 7 or 8, 9 months purely on polish. So you want to hope that they'll catch all of the bugs that exist within the complexity of a game that's supposedly galaxy spanning. But it's probably unlikely. So, there's still bugs in Skyrim after how many goddamn years. And the community at large has fixed a lot of that stuff. So
I mean, I don't think we'll see one of those apologies like we've been seeing a lot of, like Arcane did with Redfall, and like the Gollum dev did, and like Cyberpunk did, and like Naughty Dog just did. I don't think we'll see a, sorry guys, we screwed up. And if we do see that, fuck me.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be like that situation. I think Skyrim will show up probably. Starfield will show up probably one of the most polished games that Bethesda's ever put out first time. But Fallout 4 wasn't that buggy at launch. I remember thinking, man, this is unexpectedly polished. But maybe I was coming in with Fallout New Vegas in the back of my head, which was a train crash at launch. A lot of people forget that. People remember New Vegas so fondly. I remember playing New Vegas on my Xbox and opening a door into a building, and the building just had no floor, and I just just fell, and the building just had no floor. So I don't think it'll be like that, but we'll see. We'll see.
Keyshawn Thompson, I asked a few weeks ago, but not sure if you saw or answered, but what happened to velocity architecture and sampler feedback streaming, Xbox features? I have no clue, dude. I'm not the tech guy. I have no clue about any of that stuff, or if it's being used, or what have you. I'm the wrong person to ask for that. Jez, do you have any ideas about any of those things?
I have no idea. I mentioned near the start of the show, actually, that I'd heard that there'd been some improvements to the efficiency of some of DirectX 12's ray tracing features, but I am a dev and I don't really know full blown about what optimizations there are right now. But I do know, like, when the 360 launched compared to what it was towards the end, it was almost a completely different console. The amount of efficiencies they put through there, and yeah, it's a very different architecture and a different time, but hopefully there's still a lot of juice they can get out of it and make improvements. I kind of feel like they are. Actually, I can't talk about that. Let's not talk about that. But actually, I can talk about it because we'll talk about it in reference to the beta. I kind of feel like the beta test for Diablo 4. I kind of feel like there've been some performance optimizations on Xbox that other games didn't have. Because one thing I noticed was that the dashboard kind of suffered a lot on Diablo 4's beta compared to other games, and I was wondering, is this because they're letting devs have more access to that portion of the system memory? I don't know, but I am a dev. I don't know for sure. I'm just sort of speculating, but we'll see.
Interesting. What else we got here? We have Chinook Guy. In all honesty, Xbox does okay to great in the showcase. I'm worried for after that. They need to deliver and not just show things. Absolutely. Need to deliver. That's the most important thing. The games need to be great, and they need to be on a consistent timetable. And we'll see. Well, the showcase is going to answer a lot of those questions. But then even still, people are going to be like, is Starfield actually going to be good? Is Hellblade 2 actually going to be good? We'll find out. Leaky Hum. Only CGI I take is fan servicey stuff like Banjo-Kazooie. I mean, if it's a brand new announcement, sure. It doesn't really get me excited. And unless you have a pedigree of a developer that I'm, used to and I can imagine it in my head, it's like I'd prefer not. So that's part of the reasons why, like Concord, it's like, what am I supposed to take away from that? It's 20 seconds long. I didn't see shit. I saw a gun in space. I don't. What am I supposed to think? I can't imagine anything. I don't. It's like, come on. Acute Perspective says, how about Colin Rafferty of the CMA working as a Sony lawyer?
Yeah, so this is a fun story, which originally, I think Foss Patents, our good buddy Florian Mueller, who's been sort of following the whole CMA, the regulatory process for the ABK deal. So he discovered that Colin Raftery, I think his name is, he is the senior director, which, according to Florian, allegedly led the decision to block Xbox's purchase of ABK. Now, this same chap, a decade ago, used to work for the law firm that is now representing Sony. So, the idea there is, does he still have a relationship with people who stand to benefit financially from the transaction being blocked? That's the suggestion.
Interesting.
And what made it more interesting to me was this isn't the first time Colin Raftery's been accused of partiality, and the CMA has even had to put out a statement in the past about Colin Raftery and the potential that he has a conflict of interest. So in a previous CMA ruling where the CMA stopped the two UK supermarkets, Sainsbury's and Asda, stopped them from merging. Colin Raftery was instrumental in getting that deal blocked. But the chap, Mr. Raftery, had also been a legal advisor for Tesco, the UK's biggest supermarket chain. The CMA actually had to put out a statement denying that they thought there was a conflict of interest with regards to Colin Raftery's decision, considering he'd formerly been a legal advisor of someone who stood to be damaged by Asda and Sainsbury's merging. So, yeah, I mean, it might be a stretch, possibly, to think that Colin Raftery is, sort of sabotaging the deal for his old mates who work at the previous law firm. But I don't think it's a question worth ignoring, because of the way the UK is, And I wrote in my art coverage of it. The UK is a mess when it comes to political backscratching. You've got constantly, and I linked some of these accusations in my article. You've got the current ruling party of the UK. Billions of pounds has gone missing during the pandemic because the Tories were giving their mates new companies who just happened to make medical equipment companies just right at the start of the pandemic. Coincidentally, they were giving them all contracts for phony personal protective equipment. And the $2 billion pounds is missing from the Treasury, and the government's declined to investigate that. It's not a good look. It's not a good look when you've got the health minister. The health minister's sister has shares in a company that wins government contracts. That's not a good look. That's not a good look, and that deserves to be investigated. That is, because that is corruption, for lack of a better word. And there are people who are investigating that kind of stuff. Now, just my impressions of the UK is that the deal won't go through because of stuff like that. My perception of the UK is that it is a corrupt country, and the government is corrupt, and everyone who's in that sort of that level of regulatory, sphere, they're all sort of on the take, and that is just the general way things are, whether an MP, whether they're in the government, whatever, they're all scum. So I don't think it's, and then the press do their investigations, and you find out that this did happen, and stuff like that. So I think it's a question worth asking. Is it a stretch? Maybe it is. Maybe it is a stretch. But if it is a stretch, then why not just investigate it and have an answer? I think it's worth asking the question when there's like $70 billion on the line.
Well, yeah. But also Microsoft, we got to read some of Microsoft's appeals today to the CMA or to CAT, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft said the CMA's decision is flawed for multiple reasons, including its overestimation of the role of cloud streaming in the gaming market and our position in it, as well as its unwillingness to consider solutions that received overwhelming industry and public support. We are confident in the strength of our appeal and the binding commitments we have made to increase competition and choice for players today and in the future. And they point out some, like, the grounds, the grounds of appeal. Ground one basically says the respondent made fundamental errors in its assessment of Microsoft's current position in cloud gaming services by failing to take into account constraints from native gaming, whereby gamers access games installed on their devices throughout digital download or physical device, undermining its SLC finding. Ground two is the respondent erred in failing to take proper account of 3 long-term commercial agreements which Microsoft had entered into with cloud gaming providers for the licensing of rights to stream its games, including Activision gaming content. Ground number 3, the CMA's finding that Activision would have been likely to make its gaming content available on cloud gaming services absent the merger was irrational and arrived at in a procedurally unfair manner. Ground number 4, the CMA's findings that the applicant would have the ability and incentive to foreclose rival cloud gaming services by withholding access to Activision's gaming content post-merger was unlawful. In particular, the respondent's analysis was affected by 4 errors, each of which in isolation separately and or cumulatively renders the findings on ability and incentive unlawful, irrational, and or disproportionate. And they talk about how they wrongly relied on evidence that so-called AAA games would be important for cloud gaming services. To find Activision games in particular would hold such importance. They failed to take into account relevant evidence regarding immediate losses from hypothetical foreclosure, which showed that the CMA would not have an incentive, showed that Microsoft would not have an incentive to withhold access to Activision games from cloud gaming rivals. And then set out in Ground 1 and Ground 2, the CMA wrongly failed to take account of relevant out-of-market constraints and the agreements. And then Ground number 5, in assessing remedial action for the SLC, CMA erred in law by proceeding on the basis that it had a duty to impose what it described as a comprehensive remedy, thus failing to consider a range of remedies and assess their benefits and detriments in the round. Unlawfully failed to take account of the interest of the comedy. I don't even know what that means. Erred in rejecting the Microsoft Cloud remedy, which rejection was in all of the circumstances disproportionate, and acted in breach of the respondent's common law duty of fairness and the CMA's own remedies guidance. So we're in it now. The appeal's filed. I think there's a hearing on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, or something, Jez. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't remember if it's on Tuesday or if it's just the formal filing of the complaints on Tuesday, but I think they want to get this through pretty quickly, I would assume, because the deadline for the deal closing before Microsoft has to go and do a round of talks with Activision is July the 21st, I want to say. I could be wrong on that. It's July the something or other. So they're trying to get this through, trying to get a fast decision, hopefully. But this could drag on for months. You know, the CIT tribunals can be slow, but yeah, I think there is an interest to get this through quickly. It's become embarrassment for the UK government, for one thing. You know, you've got the Chancellor of the Exchequer bemoaning the CMA at the moment, because I bet they're getting a lot of calls from Microsoft at the moment on back channels and that kind of stuff, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know personally how it's going to go. I mean, they might just, you know, it depends. This is the thing. When you've got like no faith in the system, it's like my assumption is that it's just all going to be a big fail. So when you've got no faith in the system, you kind of got to think like, are they just going to try and give the CMA an out so that they save face? You know, because if this does become a big political problem and, you know, Microsoft starts threatening to exit the country, they employ thousands of people here. And I often see people say things like, oh, they'd never hold up the deal on the basis of one shitty little island. And that the UK is a shitty little island, sure, but it's a shitty little island where half of Xbox's games are currently being developed and they've got thousands of employees. It would be a catastrophe if Microsoft pulled out of the UK. It would be an absolute catastrophe for Xbox, because half of the bloody game studios are in the UK. So you're telling me they'll pull out of the UK and completely decimate Playground Games, Ninja Theory, and, you know, stop working with Double Fine on Minecraft and Double 11, sorry, and all these other studios? It's not going to happen. It'd be so much more of a complex range of problems if Microsoft fully pulled out of the UK. And that's not because the UK market's important. It's because Microsoft's entangled with the UK. But that's the thing. Because Microsoft is entangled with the UK, this creates a big political headache for the government, because the government has no real direct authority over the CMA. They can overrule the CMA on the grounds of national security, but it would be kind of ridiculous to overrule the CMA on the grounds that Microsoft threatening to pull out affects national security. Could it affect national security? I think it potentially could, because Microsoft provides cyber defenses to the NHS and stuff like that against Russian, North Korean, and Chinese hackers. So there is a lot of angles to this. And that's why I said on the last show that my belief is that ultimately the deal probably will end up going through, really. Like, I say that it won't go through, but I think that's more like, I don't think the deal will go through in a clean way. I don't think the CMA will budge. I think they'll stubbornly stick to their ideological bent, and I think like I don't know if the CIT will look at it properly. I don't know if I don't know if they're functioning properly as well. I don't know if they have smart, independent thinkers amongst their team, and I don't know how this will all go down. But my view is that there is $70 billion riding on this, essentially, and Microsoft has stake their future of Xbox on the idea of having a decent mobile presence, and Activision is one of the only companies that can give them that. So I don't think it will happen cleanly, though. I think like it's going to be a mess. It's going to be going through the government. There's going to be threats back and forth, and we'll just see how it all plays out. Like Satya Nadella says, see how it plays out. But I honestly wouldn't, it's just going to be crazy, I think like if Microsoft did pull out of the UK, it would be devastating for Xbox. I think like if that's their response, to pull out of the UK over the deal, then what kind of epic damage is that going to do to Xbox? It'd be a nightmare. Is destroying Forza and all this stuff worth it to get Call of Duty and Activision? Maybe it is. I don't know, but I can't see it happening. I can't see that happening. It'd be such a mess. It'd be a calamity. But
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know how long the appeals are going to take or whatever, but it's all filed, and we saw Microsoft's response and all that stuff. So, yeah. I mean, like, what else is? Oh, I saw a lot of people talking about the Xbox One 10-year anniversary this week, bringing back the bad memories of 2013 and how Xbox screwed the pooch. I mean, we've talked about this. We've been doing this podcast now for 6 years? 267 episodes. Do we really need to talk about the Xbox One once again, even though it's a 10-year anniversary? Slit says, why is Jez being so dramatic? I mean, have you met Jez? Hello? You're getting
dramatic
feelings.
About what?
You're getting feelings-based Jez here, not.
What am I being dramatic about? How shit the UK is? That's not dramatic. That's just plain fact. Plain facts, baby.
Yeah. Jez doesn't like the country he was born in. So
no, I don't. I love the country. I love the people. I just hate the government, and I hate people that vote for the government. So yeah. Unfortunately, it's a lot of people.
So I mean, yeah. What else? What do you want to talk about? I guess it's time to move to some Patreon questions. So if you guys are enjoying the show, hit the like button and please subscribe. We still have over 1,900 people watching, and it's basically approaching 3 hours. And oh boy, I'm sure there's probably a ton of questions this week from the wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2. Let's take a look, Jez. How many do we got here? Let me bring up Patreon here. We have 33, it looks like. Oh boy. Oh
33?
Boy. I mean 33 responses. So
okay.
We'll do our best. Silas. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Sorry, Jez. Imagine this, Rand. If Jez has fulfilled his destiny and became the Rupert Murdoch of tech journalism, who would you replace him with on the podcast, assuming he had no time for us mere mortals? Jez, after almost 50 years, Rand has found his purpose in life and becomes a professional Pokemon trainer. Who would you pick as your second in command? The only caveat is that you can't bring someone along who currently runs the podcast, so no Colt or Miles. That's interesting. Okay. So, Jez, if I left for whatever reason, and you wanted to continue Xbox 2, who would you pick as your co-host?
Honestly, if you left, I wouldn't continue it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't continue it. But just for the sake of the question. For the sake of the question, I'd probably bring on Gembox 360 from Windows Central. She is, hilarious when she wants to be. And she wrote an article this week, 6 ways Diablo 4 will ruin your life. And, we don't usually do comedy articles on Windows Central, but she wanted to write it, and I was like, yeah, go ahead. And it was actually genuinely hilarious. So I think Jen has some good takes, and I'd probably do it with Jen.
See, the thing is, it's tough here because he says you can't pick somebody who currently runs a podcast, so that immediately gets rid of Cole.
Jen doesn't run a podcast.
Right, I know, but I'm just thinking for me, like Gaz.
Right, for you.
So like Cog, Iron, the Iron Lords, Lord Cognito, Mr. Matty. It's like, who doesn't run their own podcast that I would want to do a podcast with? It's a very interesting question, and I would have to think about it. I'm not sure. Like, seriously, if Jez...
You could have Phil.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. If Jez...
It's a fancy question, right?
If Jez ever left the show, we would probably end the show. Maybe I would start a different podcast that wouldn't be called the Xbox 2, because I feel like the Xbox 2 is me and Jez. So if one of us left, it would have to be something completely different. But if I had to pick see, it's tough because all the people. You know what? I would pick my buddy Love Boat Gopher. That's who I would do a podcast with. Yeah, that's who I would do it with. It'd be it's nobody you would know. No, he doesn't. He works for a gaming company. It's nobody anybody here knows. But yeah, that's who I would do it with.
Fair enough.
And we do have some super chats too, so I'll get to these as well as the Patreon questions. A lot of these today. A lot of them. We have Mr. 2 Opinionated. Supposedly there is an exclusive deal for Phantom Blade, so let's our voice be heard to the devs and the Xbox team. Yeah, I mean, it worked for Inspector Gadget, and they did say that they don't have an exclusive deal. It's just PS5 and PC. So maybe it can come later. Maybe they're just focusing on those two right now. But yeah, let people know that you want that game. Let them know that you want the game on Xbox. Achievement says, if the deal closes by September, Xbox needs to bring Spider-Man Activision games to the backwards compatibility program, Spider-Man 2 specifically. I doubt that will happen. The licenses for those games are probably done.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's not going to happen.
I do think we might get stuff like Prototype though.
Yeah. Jigga J, when does the Fallout 4 next gen update come out? Did they?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking around the time the Fallout TV show comes out. So at least
could that be a shadow drop for the showcase?
In my mind, Jez, the Fallout 4 next gen update would come out around the time of the TV show.
When's the TV show?
I don't know, but I'm just like, if you're thinking about it, it's like, okay, at least you would have some form of Fallout content for people who may like the TV show to be like, oh, there's a Fallout 4 is a next gen update. I'll go play this. Maybe it's announced at QuakeCon or talked about at QuakeCon because they are doing QuakeCon, or maybe it's even at the showcase, depending on if Blizzard's there or not. But the part of me thinks it'll be tied to the TV show in some way. Dreadful Sean says Blizzard CGI has been the best in the industry since they started. Go look at Warcraft 3 CGI. Blew me away 20 years ago. Yeah, it's really good.
Grom Hellscream fighting, I can't remember his name, the Pit Lord, the green lizardy dragon demon dude. Oh, what was his name? It wasn't Manaroth, was it? Was it Manaroth? That was incredible. That cinematic, that was what made me a Warcraft fan, was that cinematic. So
yeah. We have Achievement saying, remember, Banjo closes the show. That's his prediction. Faisal 007 says, Jez, is Jet Set Radio happening or not? And is the Kojima game going to show up?
I think Jet Set Radio is happening purely on the basis of that it already leaked from that Sega presentation.
With the Persona 3 remake, that sounds like it's real, right?
Yeah, there's so much smoke about Persona 3 that I think that's real as well. So, it has to be real. If Persona 3 is real, then probably Jet Set Radio is real too. But we'll see.
Yeah. The Kojima game, is that going to show up? I mean, I guess maybe it could, but I'm not expecting it to.
Yeah, I think it's probably too early for that, but I think there'll still be strong support from some Japanese developers at that show.
Matt McDonald Media says, hey dudes, great show as always. Wondering what your opinion is on this new trend of sequels using the same world. Examples: Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Spidey 2, God of War. I mean,
that's a good question.
It makes a lot of sense because you don't need to reinvent the wheel, and that's a lot of like the production you're saving on reusing things you already built. And we know how long games already take to make. So creating a brand new world is just adding on to stuff you have to make. So reusing the world like in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, or the same city in Spider-Man, or what have you, same animations. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. That
Warcraft did it first, baby. Cataclysm.
I know a lot of people think seeing the same sort of areas like, oh, this sucks or whatever, or the same animations.
I will say, when Warcraft did it, Warcraft is Cataclysm expansion, which I think by that point there'd been 4 WoW expansions, and they revamped the entire old world. Well, they didn't revamp it. It was still the same world, but they added like new quests. They added new story. They updated the story of the world. I added like some new terrain because of stuff that had happened in the story. I thought it was amazing, and I've been waiting for them to do that again. But the time gap there is about 6 years, 7, 8 years, something like that. So it's a little bit different. But I'm not totally against that idea, as long as it's like it still feels like a new game. Because I've been playing MMOs for like the past 1 million years, and you're often in the same world with MMOs with new content, so it doesn't bother me that much. It can even be nostalgic. It can even work really well, I think. You go back to a part of the map where something really cool happened, and it sort of like riffs on what happened there before, and it's like you see it in a little light. Oh, that's a good example. In Metal Gear Solid 4, you go back to Shadow Moses. Is it Metal Gear Solid 4 or Metal Gear Rising? I think it's Metal Gear Solid 4. You go back to Shadow Moses, and that is honestly one of my favorite segments in the game. Like, it was so nostalgic. You played Metal Gear Solid 4, right?
Yeah. No, actually, no, I didn't play Metal Gear Solid 4. I didn't have a PS3.
You didn't?
I didn't have a PS3,
oh my
bro.
God. This sucks so much, because Metal Gear Solid 4 is so underrated. I think it's underrated because nobody bloody played it. It came out at a time where not many people had a PS3. But I absolutely loved Metal Gear Solid 4. It's the only game I ever purchased for PS3. And it sounds like we'll never see it again, because it's cell processor and it doesn't work. Oh
well. We have Julian A says, guys, I'm freaking out. I just got invited to the Diablo 4 launch event in Los Angeles. Congrats.
That's amazing. Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah. We have another super chat here from Jericho, who says, I didn't see the beginning, so not sure if it's been said, but Jason Schreier Last of Us multiplayer may be canceled. I mean, we talked a little bit about that. But people are tweeting me more information, Jez. Apparently, and this might be paraphrasing or just kind of exaggerated, but Bungie canceled the game.
Bungie?
Well, because I guess in Jason Schreier's report or something, it said that, or something, at least I'm seeing a lot of people talk about on Twitter, that Bungie went in to play the game, play factions, and basically said, nah, this ain't it.
Oh, no.
And people are kind of saying they might have did the same to Deviation, and then we know what happened with Deviation.
No.
Because now PlayStation... So, yeah.
No.
What?
Oh, no. That is insane. I'm sorry, but that's insane. If they are listening to Bungie or what makes a service game good, I think that's insane. And I know that's going to piss off a lot of Destiny players, but I'm sorry. I am sorry. Destiny PvP sucks. And that's not how you make a PvP game. I think people play that shit because in spite of... They want it to be good, but it's just not. Man, I think if they are listening to Bungie on what makes a service game good, I think they're in deep trouble. I'm gonna piss off a lot of Destiny fans.
Because I saw
that's not a good idea.
I saw our buddy Nick's tweet that said, "Hold on, did Sony pay Bungie $3 billion just to let them be independent and cancel games for them?" I guess, because I haven't read the article yet, but I guess what he basically said is Bungie went in there to play it and basically said, yeah, we can't see people playing this game for long. And then
I think that's hilarious, personally.
Bungie got all the sway, bro.
Wow, that's just ridiculous.
That's funny. Maybe Bungie.
I think I'm on the record as saying I think Destiny's the most overrated game in history, right?
Yeah, Destiny's not very. Yeah. Agree. That Destiny is one of the biggest disappointments in gaming of all time for me.
Me too.
Seriously, like I was so hyped for that, and it just wasn't anything I wanted to play.
I think it's awful. I really do. Like, I came into Destiny 2 thinking, oh, okay, it'll be better, and it's just not. It's the same enemies, the Vex and all that stuff, the same convoluted story that doesn't make any sense. But then again, I don't like Halo either for similar reasons. So I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. I need to read this article.
I don't know.
Or whatever,
I don't know why. Seriously, I don't know. Bungie has not made a game like Factions. Why would you listen to Bungie about whether Factions is going to be good or not? That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense. Would Bungie have cancelled Sea of Thieves because it's not like Destiny? I think that's dumb. I think that's really dumb. If it's true.
Yeah, I mean, go find out if it's true. Go read the article. You know, I don't know. I'm just seeing tweets about it and stuff. So, I guess it's something. That would be very maybe Bungie is basically like a Phil Harrison. They're a sleeper agent, right? They're in there and they're just going to ruin PlayStation from the inside.
You think Bungie's trying to ruin PlayStation from the inside?
I don't know.
Oh man! Oh no! That's
I mean, to be fair though, Bungie does have one of the most successful live service games out there. And
whenever they release an expansion, all I see is Halo fans bitch about it. Though,
I mean, but dude, people bitch about their live serve. People bitch about Fortnite, and people bitch about everything all the time, but they still play it. I mean, you're talking about Destiny 2, a game that came out in 2017 that is still top 10 on PlayStation and Xbox and doing incredibly well on PC 6 years later. So they must be doing something right if you're talking about longevity and keeping players. And I guess that's what they said was that
I think the reason it's still popular is because Destiny players are masochists. I think that's what it is, man.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Interesting. We'll have to find
Only
more.
Joking. Everyone likes different
that.
things, right?
Yeah.
I like Warcraft, you know, and I know a lot of people look at that and think, God, is this a PlayStation 1 game? We all like what we like at the end of the day, but I think a lot of it.
I guess somebody DM'd me and said that Grubb talked about it too, and Grubb basically said, yeah, Factions was basically what you would imagine from a studio's first online game or something, like implying that it was bad or not good or whatever. So I don't know.
But this is the thing. Look at what Sea of Thieves became, man. Look at what it became. I think sometimes like you just have to let people cook, man, and see what happens. But Sony's so they want the problem everything is, Jez, they release to be perfect.
It's not 2015. It's not 2018. It's 2023, potentially 2024 before a game comes out like that. This isn't you can't release a crappy live service game and then hope you find your footing later. Because
why not, man?
because there's so many different choices for people to play. This isn't, you know, I mean, maybe if it was years ago, you could do that. I don't know if you could do that anymore. Either way,
I don't know.
Back to the questions of the wonderful people at Patreon. CJ, he says, "Happy Friday, gents. Hope you enjoyed the PlayStation Showcase. It was a great showing for Xbox. Indeed, it was. Makes you wonder if Lion Jim Ryan was fighting so hard to block the ABK deal because Sony doesn't have anything in the pipeline and are actually relying on COD. Super important. Super important.
Maybe. What if Jim Ryan's a sleeper agent for Xbox, man? That's why he showed so many Xbox games at the showcase.
Yeah. Paul Vitas says, "What are the chances we get a trailer for the next Forza Horizon at the event? We should all collectively pray for it to be set in Japan." 0. I think there's 0 chance. You're going to see Motorsport get a date, I think. And the next time you would see Horizon is next year. If it's whenever year it's coming out. If Forza Horizon 6 is 2024, we'll see it next year. If it's 2025, we'll see it in 2025. Elijah Vasquez says, "A fun one for you boys. Do you guys recommend working in your fields as a newcomer? Why or why not? P.S. We'll forget Jez said he was excited for the PlayStation Showcase on Twitter." Okay. So
Man,
Jez,
I got what I wanted out of that showcase.
Yeah. So Jez, would you recommend working as what you would call yourself a blogger if for a newcomer?
Yeah, I would, but you've got to come in here for the right reasons, I think, and you've got to be prepared to hustle. Basically, you know, I think like a lot of people come into writing thinking, oh great, I can work from home, whatever, and stuff like that, and they don't realize how much it becomes your lifestyle, because it is hard to disconnect. Like some people are good at it. Like my old colleague Matt Brown, like he at 5 p.m. he was gone. He was gone. But I'm the kind of guy, like someone messages me on Slack and I'm like, at a random time, even during the show, sometimes people message me on Slack. I've actually tried to exit Slack during the podcast now because it does bug me when like I have to interrupt and I don't hear what you say because someone messaged me, and I haven't had it open for this podcast, and this is like one of the only times I've not had Slack open for a podcast, and I still had to deal with something during work to do with work because someone DM'd me on Twitter and said, "Oh, I saw you're not on Slack, but I'm getting you on Twitter, because I know you always, you get your notifications on Twitter." So I can't escape. I can't escape work. So yeah, I love it, but you've also got to be prepared to, if you want to go far in it, if you want to like, really sort of go above just being an entry level writer, you got to be willing to sort of really throw everything into it and treat it like a lifestyle, do social media, treat it like a life, really. But yeah. I don't know. I like it. It's not for everyone, but I like it.
Yeah, YouTuber, I mean, it's great. You can make content what you want, put it up, whatever. But for somebody starting new, like Jez said, you have to start for the right reasons. You can't start this thinking you're going to be a millionaire or something, or that you would even make any money on it, because that's a wrong reason to start this stuff. You gotta basically look at it as a hobby. So
it's got to be a hobby first, I think.
Yeah, because if you're getting in there with the mindset like, oh, this isn't going to be my full-time job, it requires a lot of grinding to like, and then you may never even get anywhere. So, but I mean, yeah, it's what we're doing. Like, put your opinions out there, make some videos, meet some cool people, just get in for it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Jay Foley. Happy Friday. Do you guys think with Project Q being shown at the PlayStation Showcase that the chances of Project Keystone being at the Xbox Showcase could be higher now? Also, the fantasy draft, you guys didn't bring up Elder Scrolls 6. You guys think there's no way we see a trailer for it? We haven't seen anything on it since 2018. I don't think we'll see anything from Elder Scrolls 6. I think Jez would agree.
Yeah, I think I'm not expecting Elder Scrolls 6 for at least 2 years.
Yeah, that's why I didn't include it. But do you think we'll see Project Keystone because that Sony handheld's there, or?
I don't know. I think it might still be too early for Keystone. I think I don't think they're going to make a splash with cloud while this regulatory stuff's going on. Gives them more time to bake the product anyway. I heard one of the reasons why they stopped it was because they wanted to add more features to the operating system. Like they want to get app support in there for movies and TV. Because there's actually like the only place you can watch Xbox purchase movies and TVs on Windows platforms, because that's the only license Microsoft has. So like you can't watch them on mobile, you can't watch them on Android. So they're thinking like, well, if we're going to do this, let's make it a proper full-blown Xbox experience and not just an Xbox Game Pass experience. But yeah, I would bet that it's not going to be there essentially. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Nate Miller says Marathon looked intriguing from the CGI at least. What do you guys think about the extraction shooters in general? I know Dr. Disrespect is making one, and Division's Dark Zone was extraction based, but it's a pretty infantile space for PvP at the moment. I mean, I know my friends are really big on it, but they also love Tarkov, and there is a segment of like Twitch people like Shroud and those big content creators that love that style of gameplay of like, what I bring in, I could lose. So there's that excitement factor of losing your stuff or finding something really useful or has a monetary value that oh man, once I have this, I need to extract. And it is at least a segment of the multiplayer like audience that isn't really being served that much, like the saturation in Battle Royale. So maybe if you are the first one with the AAA version of an extraction game, maybe it does really well. We'll just have to wait and see. When's Marathon coming out? What does it actually look like? At least with Bungie, I know that their gunplay is going to be fantastic, because you can make the argument they're the best in the biz when it comes to gunplay. And I did enjoy the aesthetic.
They're not the Overwatch devs.
I'm just saying you can make an argument for them being the best. You know, whether it's Call of Duty, Overwatch, or I'm just saying you can make an argument.
I'm just trolling.
So yeah, it could be the next big space, and the first one's in. Maybe we'll rule the roost, or we'll see.
One of the issues with Tarkov is that it's full of cheaters, right? Because they haven't got good anti-cheat stuff. From what I understand, is that right?
I don't know much about Tarkov.
Yeah,
but they did say the Marathon would have full dedicated servers and like anti-cheat stuff. But a lot of Destiny fans look at them like side-eyed because they basically abandoned Destiny 2 multiplayer, right? PvP.
Yeah, and this is why you don't let Bungie decide your service game. Sorry, Destiny fans are mad at me now.
DPink94, fellas, given what you heard about the Xbox showcase and the shit show that's a PlayStation showcase, how confident are you that Xbox can deliver a showcase that curb stomps the competition? Nintendo is winding down and PlayStation actually stepped on a rake this time. It just seems the perfect opportunity for Xbox to strike. I don't really know anything about the Xbox showcase. I know a couple games. It's a 2-hour affair, probably an hour and a half with 30 minutes of Starfield. Probably going to be 30 games. We talked earlier about what we both wanted to see. Need to see the roadmap. Need to see gameplay for titles. And that's all they really need to do to be better than PlayStation.
Are you saying that all Xbox has to do is show up?
No, they need to do more than show up. You know what my fear is?
Do a lot more than show up.
Here's my fear. My fear is that Xbox watched that show and thought to themselves, holy shit, our show is a million times better. You know what? Let's pull something from our show and save it for later. Give it to the Keeleys at the end of the year. Or save it for next year. There were rumors that they did it in 2020 with Perfect Dark. You remember Perfect Dark was supposed to be there, and then suddenly it was pulled, and they gave it to Keeley at the end of the year. So my thinking is, what if they think their show's so good, or it's a lot better at least, that, hey, we can pull something from the show and save it for later. That's my fear. Is that they would do something like that, because it sounds like something Xbox could do or might consider at least. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really know anything about the showcase, and so yeah, we talked about what we expect them to do to avoid getting the blowback. Although this does seem like a very bad week for PlayStation. You take the showcase, and then 2 days later, all the news about Last of Us factions and Bungie canceling their games and stuff. Not been a good week if you're a PlayStation fan, I suppose. Ryan Kipple, he says, if you could go back and relive any time of your life, what would it be and why? Could be a single moment or could be a general time period like college, for example. Ooh, okay. What do you think, Jez?
Say that again.
If you could relive any time in your life, what would it be and why? It could just be a single moment or a general time period like college.
That's a very interesting question. Like, do I get to keep everything I know now? Can I go and buy a bunch of
it just says if you could just go back and relive any time in your life, what would it be?
Let's make it gaming themed because it's a gaming podcast. I would go and relive. You know what I'm going to say, Rand?
What?
You know what I'm going to say? I would go and relive the launch of World of Warcraft.
I knew you would say that.
All over again. There's nothing like it. Glorious. The glory days of WoW.
If we're keeping it to gaming, I have a couple. I would want to relive my first playthrough of BioShock. I would want to relive playing PUBG with the boys. You know? Because just getting on every single night and playing with the boys every night and having the time, I wouldn't say the time of our lives, but just a feeling about multiplayer that we haven't had since, like, I don't know, Halo 2 or what have you. Like, I look forward every single night to trying to get those chicken dinners. And it lasted for so long, and I miss it. I honestly miss it. Because like we don't all get, but the thing is we don't all get on, and none of us are like, we had recaptured that with Warzone 2, Warzone 1. We were like, yeah, but it didn't last as long as PUBG, and we haven't had it since. people get on, but they don't stay on for like it just. I want that again, and I'm not sure I'll ever get that again because I feel like the Battle Royale, that first one, it's kind of like a flash in the pan, and I don't think I'll ever experience what I felt between that game mode, which I never experienced, and how much fun it was to play, getting on and being excited to play with my buddies every single night. Like if we single player, it'd be BioShock. If it was multiplayer, it'd be PUBG. You know, but I mean, if we're talking like life, there's a moment of time, like, you know, high school, like a little bit after high school when we were going to all the parties and stuff, when he didn't really have a lot of responsibilities yet. It was just amazing time. It'd probably that. Not Skywalker. With Age of Empires 4 coming to console later this year, I expect the date of the showcase. What hope might console players have for Age of Mythology Retold coming day and date to console? I feel like the World's Edge Forgotten Empires really found a magical formula for making RTSs work on Xbox Gamepad, although mouse and keyboard is still an option on console. So I would like to see their efforts applied to more projects. Should they not also be assisting the Aura devs to get that game on console? Curious to hear your all thoughts and whether or not you have played much of AoE 2 on console, because I have had a really good time with it. Cheers, Aiden.
I was really impressed with Age of Empires 2's controller controls. I thought they're really well done, and I think some of the things they did to alleviate micromanagement on console was really good. Like the villager ratios they set up, where like instead of commanding villages individualistically, you can just say, I want 75% of my villagers on food, and then the rest of them on stone or whatever. And that made it really easy to manage your economy. But still, RTS just ain't for me. I prefer the lovely slow pace of nice turn-based 4-time strategy. That's just about my speed.
I don't have any interest in the Age stuff, even though it's on console, but I do think Age of Mythology Retold should launch on console day and date. I've been very upfront about, I don't like the PC games being only on PC, only to come to console later, especially when you talk about the Xbox ecosystem and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I get why they don't do it. It's like, the game's ready for PC, put it on PC. We want to drive PC Game Pass subscriptions and stuff, and then we'll put it on console later. I just don't think we'll see that. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would imagine Age of Mythology Retold will be on PC, and then they'll bring it to console at some point. Because look at like Age of Empires 4 right now. Microsoft can say they had a really good year because, Age of Empires 4 is coming to console too, and Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. You know,
I think you'll see all of Age of Empires and Age of Mythology games come to console. I think Age of Empires 2, I think it will take time to actually find an audience for those kind of games on console. And I think if they focus a little bit more on the PvE experience, I think that could work a little bit better. I've always said, like, I really love the game They Are Billions, where it's like, and there's another game that I really enjoy, similar, called Age of Darkness on PC. Basically, where you build a map, and then you fight just infinite enemies, you know, and you build your defenses, and it's kind of like Horde mode, but it's Horde mode for RTS, and that's the RTS I like. And they actually added that to Halo Wars 2 as a paid DLC. I think that should have been free. They added that for free as a free DLC. I think that would have gone a long way to boosting the game, but because it was like $15 with a campaign, they kind of screwed that over. I think that was a huge mistake. Because that genre hasn't really been explored very much yet. So basically, Microsoft should hire me to help them bring strategy games to console, because I've got some great ideas. Thanks, bye.
Okay. Austin Seller says, love the show. Wondering what your thoughts are on Wolfenstein universe versus the Doom universe. I love them both as SPSs, but I'm absolutely enamored with Wolfenstein. I need them to get the Wolfenstein 3 out into the world ASAP. I guess just curious about which universe you find yourself more intrigued with. Side question: any insider info on potential updates for Dolby Atmos issues still ravaging Xbox consoles, Jez?
Sorry, can you repeat that last bit?
The Dolby Atmos plaguing consoles. You have any info on that?
Oh yeah, I honestly don't know. It's something I'm gonna try and chase when I'm in LA. 'Cause I know that's an issue. Um, yeah, I'll make a note of that. In fact, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna make a thread on Patreon, and you can give me your questions, and I will literally try and get them answered when I'm in LA. No promises, obviously, but I'll put that thread on Patreon, and I mean I do it publicly, but there'll be thousands of questions, and so on Patreon at least there'll be like a few dozen, which is like maybe more manageable. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, what's better, the Doom world or the Wolfenstein world? I think the Wolfenstein world's a little bit more fleshed out than the Doom one.
I don't know. I think they've tried to do some stuff to bring some flesh.
No, they have.
The Doom one.
I mean, I'd rather. I mean, if you're asking what would I rather play, Doom or Wolfenstein? I'd rather play Doom because I think it plays better. But I am really interested in the story of Wolfenstein, where like the story of Doom is kind of secondary, or they tried to make the story in Doom more important, and they've done a better job at it. But I feel like Machine Games kind of nailed it. Like, I didn't care about BJ Blazkowicz and his backstory or how he felt or any of that stuff. And then it was like, holy cow, they made him a very sympathetic character with the two games.
They did amazing humanizing.
So, yeah, I would say the Wolfenstein universe. So,
yeah,
that'd be mine.
I think the same.
Rust1 says, hi, Rand and Jez. My first question is for Rand. Rand, when you asked chat last week if you should play Persona, Jez immediately explained why you wouldn't like it. Do you think he was just saying that so you don't play it and complete it before him? Sounds like 4D chess to me. Rand, what do you think? No, he's told me that before. He's told me he doesn't think I'll like it. But then I've heard from other people I would, so I don't know.
You would not like it.
Yeah.
You definitely would not like it.
And my second question is for Jez. Jez, I know they recently made cannabis legal in Germany, so were you high when you gave Redfall a 6 out of 10? Thanks, lads. Jeez.
No, I completely stand by that. I think it is complete fair score. I was actually going backwards and forwards. Do I give it a 7? Because we can't do 6.5. So I was going to give it a 6.5, just so but we can't do that. And I thought, well, it's definitely not a 7, so it's going to get a 6. I don't. The thing is, I played it more than most people. So, like, even though there's a backlash, I think, like, you probably haven't played it as much as me. So I don't think you're
I've played it 5 hours, but a 5 or a 6 is in line with what I feel,
Yeah.
Right now.
Like I said, I didn't hate it. Like, I got through it all the way through, and I didn't sit there thinking, God, make this end, And I felt like it really sort of, I'm glad it ended when it did, but I didn't sit there hating my time with it like some games I've reviewed. But yeah, it's kind of like it is what it is. We'll move on.
Parker Griffith, Rand, I just watched your E3 Million Gamerscore video for the first time. Finally got around to it. Phil was talking about how you carried him in Halo 5 on Legendary. What is your favorite moment playing a game with Phil? And Jez, since you don't really finish games, what is your favorite game that you just could not get enough of until you finished it? Playing World of Warcraft does not count, and you cannot say Redfall. I love how this has become a thing about how you don't really finish games. That's all me, by the way.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I love it because it's actually made you want to finish games now. I'm so happy.
I've started reviewing games just as an excuse to be able to finish them, but yeah. What was the question again?
What was your favorite game you just could not get enough of until you finished it?
Until I finished it?
You can't say Warcraft and you can't say Redfall.
Well, you can't finish Warcraft, really.
True.
Game that I couldn't get enough of. I mean, the first thing that popped into my head was Dragon Age Origins. I loved every second of that game. Absolutely loved it. I remember there was a demo for it originally. I think there was a demo. And I was really hyped for it anyway, because I like BioWare anyway and stuff like that. But it exceeded all my expectations. I loved every second of it. I did every single quest. I explored every single corner of every single area of every single map. I even did save scumming so I could try out different combinations of decisions. I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into that game. Absolutely loved it. One of my favorite games of all time. Which is why, like, I'm feeling those shades of Dragon Age Origins in Dragon's Dogma. I'm playing it for the first time now. It's not. I don't think it's going to be. I kind of get the impression the story's not going to blow me away with Dragon's Dogma, but the gameplay is very in depth and tactical, and I quite like it. But we'll see. And Rand.
And what is my favorite moment playing a game with Phil? I mean, playing through all of like Halo 5 with him was a lot of fun. Especially when like he was dead and I think somebody else was dead and it was up to me to like finish the level or beat the boss. You know, a lot of the conversations that we would have, you know, during those games. Very interesting. So those would probably, yeah, I mean, playing Halo 5 would be my I played other games with them and stuff, like Sea of Thieves and Destiny 2 and Astroneer and stuff, but Halo 5, because that was when we were playing and he was like, wouldn't it be cool if you came to E3 and broke 1 million gamer score with us? And I was like, what? You know? I still remember that. I was just like...
You just suggested that?
He suggested it, yeah. And then I was like, months later, I was like, my buddy Tim Dog was like, just email him. So I emailed him asking him if it was a thing, and he was like, yeah, you know, let me ask the teams and see what they think. And then he got back to me, he's like, the teams loved the idea. And I'm like, oh, God, holy cow. And it's something I never thought would happen, but it did.
Nice.
Tharsman, with more and more games going into first-person perspective, even when they are not primarily shooters, I've been hearing more and more about good gunplay and bad gunplay. My background is mostly on RPGs, open world games, and the like, so I'm curious, what does good gunplay means? Other than accuracy, what makes gunplay feel good or bad for FPS connoisseurs?
There's a lot of facets to this, and a lot of it's almost subconscious. Like things like sound, you know, guns got to sound good. It's also got to like and it's not just the sound of the gun, it's like every sound, like when it reloads, when it finishes a recoil, and you know, all that kind of stuff. But it's not just the gun itself, it's also how enemies react to being shot. So your collision physics,
feedback matters.
The feedback of the gun. So like one thing that worries me about Starfield is that we've not seen any gore. Now, one of the things I love about Fallout and its gunplay is that when you hit someone in the face with a shotgun, you get viscera and brains and bones flying all around. And sometimes you get that in slow motion. And it feels great. Like it makes the gun, it makes everything just feel so it puts you into the game. It puts you into the game's world because it feels like your actions are having weight. And when I play a game like Destiny, and the bosses are just big bullet sponges that offer no feedback whatsoever when you're shooting them, then I find that boring. And, you know, even though Destiny has, you know, the guns themselves are really good, I don't think a lot of Destiny's feedback you get from fighting enemies is that good. Although there is some enemies are fun to fight, like those, I can't remember what they're called, those red dudes, when you pop their heads, like the little, you know, the spacesuit ruptures and then the little, you know, oxygen flies out and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes it's cool. Like sometimes you shoot a Vex in their weak spot and that can be cool. But I hate bullet sponges. And it's one thing that I remember the Division being criticized heavily for, which they rectified in Division 2 by adding, like, instead of bullet sponge enemies, like, you know, because it's supposed to be a tactical shooter, and you like you plug in an enemy in the head with a full clip, and you just see numbers, and they're taking like no damage and no feedback whatsoever. But like in Destiny 2, they added this system where you have to gradually strip their armor off to hit them, and then once their armor off, your guns do way more damage. And I thought that was a really good compromise and very clever, actually, that Ubisoft did there. So there's a lot of aspects to what makes a gunplay feel good, and some of it's like stuff you don't even usually think of. But think about like not just like how it feels to shoot the gun and press a button, but think about like how the gun affects the enemy that you're targeting. Does it make you feel creative? Is it dynamic? Is there ragdoll physics? Is there particle physics? All that kind of stuff. There's a lot of underappreciated design sensibilities when it comes to some of that stuff, and
100%.
that's the art of video games.
Yeah,
the art and science mixed together.
Some of it's even just like the scoping down. What your gun looks like and how it feels like moving from, like its normal position, and then like holding down the trigger to look down the scope, like how that whole action is visually represented to you and how it feels to do that and what it looks like, and the recoil on the gun, the visual impacts you get when you hit an enemy. Like there's so much that goes to it, and it's like you play Redfall, but then you play something like Destiny, and you're like, you can definitely say, well, look at the differences here. You can feel them, you can see them in the game. Or if you go from like Doom Eternal to some indie shooter, and it's like you can understand. It's kind of like, even I've mentioned this before about sometimes you can tell the quality of a game simply by the menus. Like when you load up a game and you get into the menu system, sometimes you can just tell just from the menus and how they're built and how you move through them if the game's actually going to be any good. Seriously. Pay attention next time to like the menu system. Because that's apparently very difficult to get through or to get right. Sometimes I'll just be like, oh, this game's not going to be any good. The menus are shit. And then like the game's not. It's weird. But that's game development, right?
Yep.
Chris Parnese says, as a Destiny addict, I was intrigued to finally see Bungie's new Marathon trailer during the Sony presentation. Visually, it looks great. But it's pretty disappointing to hear rumors of being PvP-only Tarkov-style shooter were true. Looking at the fading of BRs on the market, are extraction shooters games the new hotness? I think absolutely yes. I think 100%. Also, predictions on whether this
really
is...
played one. Sorry. I was just going to say, I never went in the dark zone because I can't take the stress.
Sure.
Why are people addicted to stress now?
But I mean, isn't Battle Royales kind of stressful? Like, you got one life. I just feel like the Battle Royale...
I don't like them either.
The Battle Royale genre's full. Like, you can't have any more entrants into it. So now you have this other model. And I think developers also like to create games that they themselves enjoy playing. And I can easily see people at Bungie enjoying Tarkov and being like, we should make our own version of this with one of our own IPs, right? So Chris goes on to say, also predictions on whether this is free to play or a full paid game. Bungie's current model of full paid expansions, paid seasons, paid dungeon passes, plus a large macro transaction store, $20 for one full armor set is wearing Destiny players' patience thin. Well, considering it's multiplayer only, it's a PvP only, I would imagine it's probably free to play, right? And it's going to be full of microtransactions and stuff like that, and probably have expansions. I can't imagine it being full price game, because I think the expectation now for multiplayer is it to be free. Yeah,
that's right. That's it. That's the way it is now. It's all free all the time, baby.
Yeah.
A lot of people are mad at Overwatch right now because the whole PvE mode being cancelled, and a lot of people were sort of like, well, PvE justified Overwatch 2 even existing in the first place, and that is true, but I kind of feel like the fact that the game is free and the fact that they had the service model to keep pace with and stuff, that basically for Blizzard killed any reason to even have that mode, because they were kind of like, you know what, we need all hands on deck to maintain this service. We don't have time for none of this shenanigans PvE stuff, and they pretty much admitted that in their apology. So free comes with a cost.
Yeah. You get what you pay for, right?
Yeah.
Tooper says, Jez, in your role, I'm sure it's hard to be genuinely surprised by press conference announcements, but what are a couple conference announcements that wowed you as you had no idea beforehand?
Backwards compatibility. Man.
Yeah, that was a big one.
I did not see that coming at all.
Yeah, but most of the time you don't know everything at a show. Sometimes you might get embargoes beforehand, but it's not like you had just heard rumors about what it's a PlayStation show. It's not like
I guess.
And
shows are hard because there's always obviously a ton of secrecy revolving around it. But yeah, I honestly know. That's the thing. Like, I always expect games to be there. I mean, Killer Instinct is an obvious one. I never expected to see that again. But at the same time, I wasn't a journalist back then, really. So I was just a regular Joe who was enjoying the show. So like, I always tend to expect games, but that backwards compatibility thing, that really blew me away.
Yeah, nobody was expecting that.
No.
Donataku says Phil Spencer is fucking pissed. He's sick and tired of seeing the number 23. He's OCD and wants Xbox to have a nice round 20 studios. Unlike PlayStation, he's not just going to close down the studios. He's a merciful king. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer has given the Xbox 2 the task of merging 6 of the 23 studios into 3 studios by pairing up studios who you believe will make each other better.
Mixing the studios.
Yeah, mixing the studios, huh?
That's really interesting. I would mix... Oh god, that's really, really interesting. There's some obvious ones. I mean, at the end of the day, like, as long as they still got to work on their own games and still, like, you know, have a sort of
yeah. Okay, who would it be? Because I'm thinking
Machine Games and id.
Yeah, same Machine Games and id. As long as they can still make their own stuff, but they're helping. I was thinking Bethesda, like Games Software, like, you know, the Todd team, and In Exile.
Yeah. That kind of probably makes sense.
I was thinking
there's a lot of hopium out there that In Exile might be working on a Wasteland 3 engine remake of Fallout 1 and 2.
I was also thinking Coalition and Ninja Theory.
Nah.
Yeah. I'm not saying Jez, I'm saying they still be, you know, they put out their own stuff, but you can say like they both put out the best looking Xbox games and they're both Wizards of Unreal, so you combine them and you can give them Gears would even look better, and you know, Hellblade, you know, they would have better combat, like to synergize to make them each better. I mean, who are we merging with 343? Who's on par? Playground? What?
Trash can.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a joke.
Trash can.
Microsoft Casual Games team, actually.
Okay.
They're both based in Seattle, so it works.
All right. Fair enough. Governor Grimm. Which of these first-party games launches with the performance mode? Starfield, Avowed, Hellblade 2, Forza Motorsport, Fable, and Midnight. Jez, where's that Brass Line project? Yeah, Jez, where's Project Shaolin?
I think I announced that way.
Yeah, I think you did too. Early. Also, were either of you surprised by Marathon coming to Xbox? Nope, because Bungie said they were multi-platform. Hope you have
I was surprised. I thought that deal only covered Destiny, to be honest.
Well, you asked me if... A couple of days beforehand, you asked me if Bungie... You're like, Bungie games are coming to Xbox still, and I said, yeah. And you're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, they said when they got acquired that they're multi-platform. It was a couple days beforehand you asked me that.
I can't remember.
I hope you have a
Why would I randomly ask
You randomly asked me that. I don't know. Hope you have a we have a Splatoon at home kind of day. Well, we do have Splatoon at home. So which ones have a performance mode? I mean, Forza Motorsport's going to be 60 frames to begin with. Does it have 120 mode? Doubtful. Hellblade 2, Hellblade 2 I think might have a performance mode for 60. Starfield, I'm not expecting anything. Avowed, yeah, I'll say Avowed does.
Performance mode, yeah.
Yeah, and Fable and Midnight too. I would say most of them do, except for maybe Starfield. I'm not expecting one for Starfield, but I want to be wrong.
Yeah, I'm expecting Starfield to be 30.
Kraken 56. PlayStation not having a good show was the last thing I was expecting. What if Xbox got the GTA marketing? Feels like they haven't had marketing for any game. What if they drop the whole budget on GTA? Stop thinking. Sure, okay. I don't think it'll happen, but no one thought they would grab ABK, so they're willing to spend money. They would have the biggest 1-2 punch for marketing with COD and GTA. They could even give Game Pass members free Shark cards as a way to incentivize Game Pass, and they could also do bundles. Imagine the start of the showcase with the GTA 6 trailer. The problem is, like, Rockstar's just going to do their own thing. And we already saw that Rockstar had partnered with PlayStation at the beginning of this gen with the remaster of Grand Theft Auto 4. And I just assume they're going to do the same with PlayStation, do their marketing for them. I don't expect GTA marketing to be with Xbox. Would it be great? And you're right, Call of Duty together GTA marketing, that is a pretty sick 1-2 punch. You could probably even make a good case why you should spend the money on it, especially if you had COD. I just don't think. I think the marketing for Grand Theft Auto 6 has already been decided, and it's with PlayStation.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Grand Theft Auto's historically been there, and also if it's true that Sony does this marketing dollars matching stuff, then that's probably a better deal for a lot of AAA studios, but we'll see.
Especially if you're spending all that money, like, Rockstar is going to be spending, and Take-Two, all that money on GTA 6. If you're spending $100 million to market it, and you know that Sony is also going to spend $100 million on it, yeah, I could see why. Ralph Wiggum, happy Friday, guys, and this great Xbox community. Question for both. How do you put on your socks and shoes? Sock, then shoe, or sock shoe, then sock shoe? What? What kind of question? Is this really a thing? Okay, I put my socks on first, both socks, and then put my shoes on. Do people really put one sock on, then a shoe, then another sock on, and then a shoe? Is that really something that happens?
I don't know.
How do you, Jez?
I just go barefoot, man.
You go barefoot?
I just go barefoot all the time, yeah.
Okay. No, but seriously.
Since watching Naked and Afraid, I've sort of been inspired to just go barefoot.
No, but seriously, what? How do you put it on? Seriously.
The same socks and then shoes, bro. Yeah. What the hell?
I know, right? I didn't know this was an actual thing. Is this the actual thing, chat? Does anybody in chat actually put on a sock and then a shoe and then a sock and a shoe? Jesse does. Jesse P says he does. Okay, but what if you're not going? What if you're not going outside? What if, like? So when you take off your shoes, do you take off your shoe, then your sock, then your shoe, then your sock?
Oh God, I don't know. I don't know. I just take my shoes off, man. Well, it depends. I'm at home. If I'm at home in England, I probably take the socks, the shoe, and the sock off, and then the shoe and the sock off. I don't wear socks at home. But if my girlfriend's house, where they take their shoes off at the front door because they're posh and stuff, then yeah, I have to wear socks in the house all the time. I don't know. I think Germans have got a thing against being barefoot. I don't know. Or maybe some from my girlfriend's family. I don't know. I need a German in chat to tell me that. Are Germans against barefoot? Is that just something you don't do here? I don't know.
Achievement. Nate and MVG were saying that Jet Set Remake might actually be at the PlayStation Showcase and even may be a PlayStation 5 exclusive. I personally think Sega is pretty deep into Microsoft's vision, and I don't see Persona 6 missing Xbox Day and date. But do you think Xbox would actually skip on Jet Set marketing? And do you see Persona 6 skipping Xbox? Well, I mean, predictions. I mean,
predicting, it wouldn't shock me if Persona 6 was still a timed exclusive with Sony. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But I suppose only time will tell. I think it will. I think Persona 6 obviously will eventually come to Xbox, but I don't think it's definite that it'll launch as a multi-plat. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I could see Persona 6 being a time thing for PlayStation, 100%.
Yeah,
because I think some of those deals are made in a long time in advance, and I could totally see that. As for Jet Set, I don't know. I don't know. Why would Sony want that? I would imagine that would be just everywhere, be multi-platform. But I mean, I could see them having marketing. I mean, but it didn't actually show up at the PlayStation Showcase, so there is that. SJ Dub. Hey, gents. I hope you're both doing well and that Jez is getting enough sleep in preparation for Diablo 4. Couple quick questions. First, Jez, have you heard anything else about Project Tatanka lately? Second,
not a damn thing.
Not a damn thing. Second, do you think we'll see anything Halo Infinite related in the showcase?
I would hope so, personally. I think Halo Infinite's due for its redemption arc.
You would hope so. We'll see. I mean, isn't the new season supposed to be launching soon? Maybe, or I don't know. Maybe they have a trailer for it there. It doesn't have to be anything big like a Tonka announcement, but with 343 finally hitting their 3-month seasons and Season 4 starting on June 20th, okay, so I could easily see there being a trailer for Halo Infinite at the show if the new season is starting June 20th with the show on June 11th. Yeah. With the new progression system, will Xbox try and promote Halo Infinite? What, Jez?
You checking Super Chats, by the way? We're getting loads.
Yeah. I mean, I still have the page up. I'll get to them once we get through the Patreon questions.
All right, cool.
Don't worry. If you send a super chat, I will get to them. I have them all of them earmarked. We'll get through them. Robert Lopez about Fair Game. That trailer gave me what we wish for with Saints Row with Payday vibes. Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see what that game is. Chimera Chasm. When do you boys think we'll get a good look at Last of Us Factions? Well, I mean, this was written in 15 hours ago. Don't think we'll see it anytime soon, Chimera. Don't think so. We'll see it soon. Do you two even think PlayStation have other exciting multiplayer projects in the works? I mean, we know they do. They said they have 12 games as a service titles in the works, and we saw 2 of them at the showcase. I was very disappointed Factions wasn't at this week's PlayStation Showcase, but because I'm personally craving a multiplayer reason to turn on my PS5 when it comes to exclusives. I play multiplayer stuff on Xbox, but PlayStation got to more seriously invest in the multiplayer market. It would be a nice change of pace for me. Doesn't seem like we'll see Factions for a while, and we know that Sony is all in on games as a service. So you might have your Fair Games or your Concord or whatever else might be something that you could enjoy eventually. Luke's Spook. So I like the PlayStation Showcase. Granted, I fully understand why PlayStation fans would be upset with the lack of PS exclusives and first parties. But from this side of the fence, with a lot of them games coming to Xbox, which of them games are you most excited for? Overall, Alan Wake 2. If it was just PlayStation, Spider-Man 2, for sure. Those are my 2.
Yeah, Alan Wake 2, all up. Yeah. I don't really care for Spider-Man or superheroes, unless it's Batman, but even that's...
For Jez, it would be Alan Wake 2 and Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah, Alan Wake 2, probably first. And then I'm gradually getting into Dragon's Dogma, but yeah, we'll see.
Mythic Marty, happy Friday, gents. Jez said he heard about a big From Software presence at the PlayStation Showcase, but seems like plans changed. Anything to share? What would you both... Okay, go ahead.
I don't think plans changed. I think the person was just mistaken, and, that's why I didn't report it.
Maybe you saw that Phantom Blade trailer and thought it was a From Software thing.
You know what? Maybe. I mean, this source is, instrumental in helping me shape some of my Mortal Kombat 1 stuff. So it's not like, this person didn't guess that it was called Mortal Kombat 1 specifically. So, it's a source that I've come to trust. But yeah, it is entirely possible. I'm going to ask them about that. If they thought Phantom Blade was maybe From Software, because it is From Software-ish. But I honestly don't know. I mean, it's why I didn't report it. I didn't have great sourcing on it. I just sort of let my mind run wild a little bit, and thought, well, it's Armored Core and maybe Elden Ring DLC, and maybe something else. Like the Blood. I heard all the Bloodborne rumors, and I was thinking, could that be
every showcase though, there's Bloodborne rumors, right?
Yeah, I guess.
What would you both like to see from From Software do next? Where do they go after Elden Ring and Armored Core?
I want to see, for my PlayStation friends out there, and me specifically, I want to see Bloodborne remastered, and I want to see Bloodborne come to PC so I can finally play it. So and all the people on PC have been waiting for Bloodborne to launch there. That would be ideal.
I want Sekiro 2, right? Because I think they can. I mean, Sekiro's still my favorite game of theirs, and they can improve upon it and just make it even way better. And Elden Ring 2. I mean, you figure they're definitely gonna have to think about doing an Elden Ring 2 simply because of how much the first one sold, right? So we know they're not against doing sequels. Armored Core 6, Dark Souls 3. So you finally have a game that hits that upper echelon. Like, yeah, you'd imagine at some point they're going to revisit the world of Elden Ring, right? And I would love to see it. Raj says, new hardware leak from Sony, not actual gameplay station. Mikey Rivers says, hello, Wrench in the Bucket Rand and Toast and Beans in Knit Jez. In what ways do you think Xbox can completely miss the mark with their showcase? I'm assuming Xbox because you didn't say anything. Well, we kind of talked about that. Too much CGI, not enough gameplay, not showing enough first party, not delivering on a roadmap of what games to expect next year. Those would be ways that they would completely miss, right, Jez?
Yeah, I think so. And also, some of the stuff they've done in the past, which is annoying, like, I don't know, influencer stuff, eye roll, and stuff that's really off the wall and people don't want to see, like a movie trailer, that kind of stuff. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. Parker Petrov. Hello, Rand and Jez. One thing I haven't heard anyone talking about in regards to the PlayStation showcases, generally disappointing showing, is that this was all on Jim Ryan. Sean Rayden left PlayStation in 2019, and Jim Lyon, crying, flying, dance move, Saving Private Ryan, has been just riding Sean Layden's coattails ever since. God of War 2018 and 22, Spider-Man, Horizon 1 and 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Days Gone, and even things like Returnal, and the launch lineup of games would have been started under Sean Layden, as all that takes years to make and set up and would have been greenlit under Sean Layden pre-September 2019's departure. This showcase was the first time we saw that Jim Ryan's PlayStation looks like when he's not relying on what Sean Layden built and the choices and decisions of his predecessors. All these new IPs are Jim Ryan's games. Where we have seen the success of Sean Layden's games, they are what is currently carrying the company right now. In fact, the game that saved the showcase was a Sean Layden joint in Spider-Man 2. However, do you think this showcase is a trend in what we can expect from the Jim Ryan era of PlayStation? Well, Xbox has to execute and release good games, but could this be viewed as a turning point in the so-called console wars and global brand recognition of Xbox as we look back on the showcase in 5 or 10 years? Have a good Memorial Day weekend, gents, or I guess a good weekend for Jez.
Yeah, what is Memorial Day exactly? We've got some Memorial Day sales going on right now. I don't even know what it is. But I actually do have a day off on Monday, but for a different reason. But anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I think it's an interesting topic about whether or not Jim Ryan's a little bit out of touch. I kind of felt like Jim Ryan looked like he hated being there. Do you get that impression?
He's not a good presenter, right? And the reason he won is because he was in charge of PlayStation Europe during the times when basically they were dominating. So it was like, who do you go with? The one that increased your market share and domination in an area versus somebody else. So he wins. And it's like, well, what do we at PlayStation do? Like, we make these big first-party cinematic action games. We dominated with them during the PS4 gen. But we need to make more money. We need to sell more consoles. And why can't we create our own Fortnite? If we could create our own Fortnite or our own Minecraft, we'd be swimming in money. Right? And they didn't make any multiplayer games really last gen. They let the third parties do all the work. And maybe that was the wrong choice, because now they're like, oh shit, we need to go in on games as a service. We also need to be everywhere. So now you're seeing them coming late to PC and embracing mobile. So now the whole multiplayer arena is completely saturated. And you don't know. Like, Fair Games could be really good, but then maybe not find an audience. You know, Concord could be shit, but maybe that one finds out. Like, it's very difficult to navigate the waters. Like, I think Bungie's Marathon will be a hit because it's Bungie and like everything they do is, you know, really good, or at least has an audience.
Has an audience is the correct way of saying it.
But I mean, like, none of these games, like the live service stuff, they're not sure bets. This isn't God of War or Spider-Man or Ghost of Tsushima or whatever. I'm not even saying Ghost of Tsushima's a sure bet, but there's a lot of question marks with all these. But then again, does all of them have to hit? Maybe not. Maybe all you need is really one or two, and that's perfectly fine. You can keep on taking those bets. And I don't know if it's like the turning point in the console war, because I don't expect like Xbox to suddenly outsell PlayStation. You know, Microsoft needs to convince people that they can deliver great games on a consistent basis, basically like PlayStation has been doing for a while. And maybe that changes things for next gen in 2028 if Microsoft has a string of good years with some great games, and maybe PlayStation has a bunch of misses with games as a service that makes them question what to invest in for future generations. Then that's maybe a discussion you could have. But we would need to see it all play out. And I think
sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, like, it's kind of opened Sony up to something they probably desperately are afraid of, which is failure, you know. And I think, like, at the end of the day, when it's Phil literally said this in the interview with Kind of Funny. He said, "You're in the entertainment business. You can't be afraid of failure occasionally. You can't be afraid of the 60s. And if you are, then you should get out." I kind of feel like that was a sort of a subtle dig at the whole idea of PlayStation's template, where they don't really try experimenting, you know, with new stuff, with new paradigms. They don't break the mold and they don't create disruption. Like Xbox, one thing you can say about Xbox is they are not afraid to disrupt. They are not afraid to take risks at a platform level. They're not afraid of it, you know. I think maybe sometimes they cut and run too quickly when they do take risks, personally. I personally think they should have stuck with Mixer a little bit longer. I know Rand would definitely disagree with me on this, but, you know, I think they should have waited to see if Twitch could have stumbled and stuff like that, because they have been stumbled, and you've seen smaller platforms gain a foothold in the post TikTok world. I think Microsoft really they didn't put enough into Mixer, but they're not afraid to try, at least. And historically, Sony seems to have not wanted to experiment with its game stuff too much, and I kind of feel like that's because they don't want to have a string of high profile failures, because it will damage brand perception in the way that Xbox's brand perception has been damaged. And the thing we always talk about Xbox is, where's the consistency? Where's the consistency? Where's the consistency? And there's no consistency because they're constantly experimenting. But I think sometimes to find those success stories like Sea of Thieves, even like Minecraft, for God's sake, you have to be willing to take risks. And the only reason Minecraft exists is because it was an indie game made by someone who had nothing to lose. You know, I can't see Minecraft ever coming out of a big AAA publisher, because they would have been like, oh my God, everyone will think this is a stupid PS1 game or whatever, because the JPEG textures and all that kind of stuff. Who would have ever predicted at these AAA think tanks that Minecraft would have captured the imagination of not only one generation, but several generations, and become this zeitgeist movement that it did, you know? So I think it's important that PlayStation does make these experiments, but we don't know how this is going to play out. Like Rand says, some of these experiments might pay off really well and become like a huge games in their own right. And I think PlayStation launching them simultaneously on PC gives them the biggest and best chance that they can have to actually become a thing, you know.
But
I think that's but
there's easily a chance those games can just come out and 6 months or a year later they close shop.
Yeah.
So
and that will bring that will be hard pill to swallow for the core PlayStation fan base who are used to consistent 10 out of 10 bangers with photorealistic graphics. You can't really do photorealism if you're trying to make a service game, because you've got to get those, you've got to do stylized graphics, because you've got to get those art assets out as quick as possible. Rapid fire art assets, boom, boom, boom. You couldn't do God of War as a live service game without heavy recycling of assets, you know. I'm sitting here wondering, like, what's Diablo gonna look like, you know, because that is some pretty that's some photorealism going for it. But you know, the camera's zoomed out, so like you don't have to make every pot and every crate have like high definition textures necessarily in a game like Diablo. But if you were doing the God of War service game, then yeah, you would have to either accept that you're going to have to bring down the graphical fidelity a little bit to speed up the rapidity of that service, or you're going to have to accept the fact that you just can't do it, you know. And I think Sony will stumble and fall as they're trying to explore their way through this murky world of service games. We've already seen this happen with factions. That is growing pains. Like with factions, the announcement today, factions delayed, and all that kind of stuff. That is growing pains. I think Sony will figure it out. And but you can't be afraid to fail. You can't be afraid to cut and run. And I think Bungie coming in. I mean, obviously, I haven't seen factions. Maybe it's a complete disaster, and Bungie's right. But I can't help but feel like if Bungie had come into Xbox and they'd played the Sea of Thieves, that notorious Sea of Thieves prototype, would Bungie have come in and said, "Oh, this is dumb. We shouldn't do this"? And then Sea of Thieves would have come out and been 6 out of 10 on Metacritic or wherever it was, and then Bungie would have been like, "Oh, yeah, see, we were right." And now look at Sea of Thieves. It's huge, and it's become a massive success story for Rare and Xbox, and it's one of the few exclusive live service games they've got that has really proven that they really did have something unique and new that captured the imagination of its audience. And does PlayStation have the stomach for that? I don't know. We're going to wait and see, and we'll all find out together.
Yeah. Beethoven. We really haven't heard much lately from anyone on the state of State of Decay 3. Is there any chance we see that at the upcoming showcase? And if so, when do you think it's a realistic time frame for that to release? I'm going to say no to State of Decay 3, and I'm going to say 2025. But that's just guesses. It very well could be there, and it could be next year. I don't know.
I hope you're wrong. I really want to see State of Decay, you know, but I also kind of feel like a lot of the elusive 5 games, maybe Microsoft's just like, we can't let this be a mid. You know, we have to really see this through and make a true AAA entity, whatever that means. A AAA, high quality, good gunplay, tight combat, dedicated servers. I don't want to see any of that tethering stuff in State of Decay 3. You know, that has to be a true MMO with dedicated servers, you know, where I can roam wherever I want, always online. I don't care. You know, give it an offline mode, I suppose, if people are going to cry about it like they did with Redfall. But one of the cool things about Redfall is that there is no tethering because it does have dedicated servers. So if Redfall is any indication, I would suggest that State of Decay 3 probably will have dedicated servers. But maybe Rand's right. Maybe they are chasing a sort of higher quality bar. Maybe it will be 2025. But
man,
I just hope that it's good.
No, that's the most important thing. Lee Sanders. You know, interesting to think about what Helldivers 1 was and then what Helldivers 2 is. Like Helldivers 1, top-down twin-stick shooter. Helldivers 2, you know, third-person, shooter game, right? And I was thinking, when they were showed that, I was thinking in my head, oh, I kind of want like a State of Decay 3, 2 to 3 jump like that, where it's like, here's State of Decay 2, but this is what State of Decay 3 is, and it looks incredible. Almost like a completely different game, like how Helldivers 1 is compared to Helldivers 2. But yeah. Lee Sanders, every evening, you handsome, lovable blokes. Being an Xbox fan for so long, I've always looked across to the PlayStation and been a bit envious of the amazing single-player games they have had with getting my fix from mainly third-party studios on my Xbox. And with this Wednesday's PlayStation Showcase and the production of a fumble that one Mark Sanchez would be proud of. Aren't we a little bit baffled of the strategy and path they are on? So many PvP and multiplayer games on the horizon really befuddles the brain. It really did feel like Sony had their own TV moment. Do we think Xbox comes out on the 11th strong with a Brady-style showing, or are they going to follow Sony's showcase like an Atlanta Falcons 25-point lead in the third quarter of the Super Bowl? Let's say after this Wednesday, I've really lowered my expectations of the Xbox showcase and wouldn't be surprised if we only got Forza and Hellblade as Xbox Game Studio titles before the Starfield Direct. Well, that would be an L. If it was just those two before Starfield, they need more than that. That's the thing. I guess nobody expected PlayStation to have a bad show, and then they did. Really bad.
Do you think
for a lot of people?
I got a question for you. Do you think PlayStation knew? Do you think they knew they didn't have a great show? Or do you think they knew they'd have a show that would create this kind of backlash? I think Jim Ryan was sitting there saying, Xbox is screwed after this.
I don't know. Are we saying you're basically saying, do you think Sony knew that after not having a show for 2 years and only showing 2 new first-party projects with complete CGI and their big game had no date, that there wouldn't be some sort of backlash? I think they probably knew. I would imagine so. Because if you're telling me, like, if
why would they go before Xbox then?
I mean, because
are they expecting Xbox to be even worse?
Is suddenly waiting going to get you any more assets? Is somebody going to be able to create you a new trailer or a new CGI thing? This is the thing. Like, ask yourself this:
bother then. They've been away for 2 years already.
If Xbox, if an Xbox exec was watching an Xbox showcase that was an hour and a half long, and all they had was 2 new CGI announcements and 1 update on a game from 2020, do you think they're going to be like, well, this should be a strong showing? There's no reason people wouldn't come at us for fucking up the showcase. No, they would know. This isn't enough. 2 new first-party games and just an update on one of the other ones, that's not enough. Especially if you didn't have a show for 2 years. So, yeah, I would imagine they knew what they had in their hands. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. Maybe Jim Ryan's just oblivious. I don't know. But I would imagine...
That's the worry, isn't it? Is Jim Ryan oblivious without Sean Layden? That's the worry.
I don't know. Well, I guess he did come out afterwards and said that the variety at the place... Jim Ryan did have some quotes afterwards, but whatever. James,
they had good variety.
Yeah, they had the really great variety that you can expect from PlayStation.
I swear I've heard Xbox make that excuse.
Of course, Xbox talks about variety all the time.
So are we saying that Jim wants to be Xbox?
I mean, it does seem like Jim is following in the Xbox game plan. Games as a service, PC stuff, mobile, cloud gaming. I mean,
they've come out with a remote play handheld before Xbox did.
True. James M. Harris, he says, hello, Jez and Rand. I want to elaborate on what Parker Petroff was stating, as I had the exact same thoughts. I have a feeling that 2024 is going to be one of the low points for PlayStation 5 and one of the best years for Xbox. If there were some serious single-player PlayStation bangers coming in 2024, then I 110% think we would have heard something in this showcase. Zilch. Nothing. Nada. It was like they copied Microsoft 2022. On the flip side, Xbox has to do their job on June 11th, but I suspect that we will see some stellar first-party single-player experience stated for 2024 and 2025. No first quarter, second half, but just 2024, 2025. I think this could be the tipping point where Xbox Game Pass pays for the single-player experiences to be made by devs, but in Jim Ryan's new PlayStation world, especially now that COD money will be evaporating, the games must pay for themselves, and that is why 60% of the Sony budget is going to games as a service projects. I agree that we will look back in a few years and see this as an inflection point. Yes,
that's very interesting.
Sony will still have those great single-player games, but I think there will be less and less of them, hence shutting down of recent studios that don't align with Jim Ryan's plans for the future. Also, Xbox will be viewed as having the broader first-party single-player games and more diversity. What are your thoughts?
I think it's quite interesting that, like, you know, how Xbox and PlayStation are diverging. Like, we've been begging Xbox for years to give us games like PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, and it looks like we're finally starting to get there. We're getting Starfield single player game. We're getting Avowed single player.
Hellblade single player.
Oh, well, actually, Avowed might be co-op, based on rumors. But yeah, it's a strong single player experience on Avowed, and then we're gonna have all the other Hellblade and Perfect Dark, presumably that's single player. So, and then on the flip side, you've got, which I don't think any PlayStation fan has really asked for, Sony trying to build service games. Like historically, Sony's just been happy to let its publisher partners make all the money on the service games, like Fortnite, Call of Duty, whatever. Genshin Impact, for God's sake. Like Sony has exclusivity on Genshin Impact, which is a huge service game, and Final Fantasy 14 Realm Reborn. To be quite honest with you, Rand, I have no idea why Sony's doing this. I don't know why. Like, if you've got exclusivity on Genshin Impact, and you're probably going to get exclusivity on Star Rail as well. You've got exclusivity on Terror of Fantasy, which is a huge mobile game as well. You've got exclusivity on Final Fantasy 14 Realm Reborn, which is the only viable subscription-based MMO of this side of World of Warcraft. And you want to take money away from your publisher partners. Why? I don't get that. Do they think, like, are they worried that Microsoft will land Call of Duty and they're just thinking, yeah, well, if we lose control over all of Activision's stuff, and and we basically funding Microsoft's service game model, because they pretty much are already, with Minecraft Dungeons has a ton of DLC. There's Bethesda games, Fallout 76, Elder Scrolls Online, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff, like, Microsoft's making money on, I just can't think what their logic is. Why do they want their own service games? That it feels like they don't need them. I don't know. Am I crazy?
No, because I think without them, I think their revenue drops. You always talk about investors always wanting infinite growth, right?
Yeah.
And PlayStation 4 just had an incredible gen, but how do you provide that growth for your investors if you're just going to basically be making the same games that you already made but taking longer? Are you really going to increase the revenue that much year over year that investors demand, unless you're also putting out some multiplayer? Because if you look,
I suppose the play is PC, isn't it? It's not really about bringing revenue out of. It's not really about cannibalizing sales on.
Well, no, it's about microtransactions. If you look at
but on PC.
Well, PC, but also on console. If you look at like where Sony makes their money, it's a lot of the microtransactions and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, yeah, these games are free to play. You put it out there. If one of them catches on, and it's on PC and PlayStation, you might be swimming in a gold mine that increases your revenue. I mean, look how much money Apex Legends gives EA every single year, right? So I think that's what Sony's hoping is, like, we'll throw 12 of these games at the wall, hoping.
This is my argument, is that they will cannibalize their partners, because you can't. But
things have changed. All right, look at Haven from Jane Raymond's team, right? The Sony of the past would have never screwed with Ubisoft like that. And what I mean by that is you have Jade Raymond building this team and basically filling it with all these people leaving Ubisoft. A big partner at a big partner of PlayStation. And then they go and buy that team, where they can have a thorough line of just ex-Ubisoft devs come in to help make that. Before, you wouldn't really have seen that from Sony or even really Microsoft, because Ubisoft, EA, Take-Two, they're huge partners. But now it's kind of like everything's up in the air. We're not just going to give you leeway. We want a piece of this pie too, so we're coming. for the Fortnites, and we're coming for the Apex Legends and the Call of Duties and all that stuff. And we're going to build our own experiences, our own games to take some of that from you because we need it. I don't know. I mean, it just sort of feels like it feels inevitable, honestly, that this was where it's all going to lead to. Because it's all about money at the end of the day, is it not?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, how it's like the whole thing we were talking about earlier with, like, how much room is there for all these service games? Like, I was literally thinking yesterday, like, there's an Overwatch Battle Pass I'm trying to finish. There's a World of Warcraft event going on now for Diablo that I want to do because I want the cosmetics from that. And then Diablo's coming out in a week, and it's like I physically do not have time for all this stuff. You know, I'm only one human with one pair of hands. I can't fit in all these battle passes. And if I'm Sony, I'm sitting there thinking, like, you know, how many battle passes can physically exist when the console market is kind of static?
Yeah, but that's why those games are going to be on PC and why they're going to embrace mobile. It's not so much about all 12 games being successful. It's about one or two of them being really successful, or one being mega successful, where then it doesn't matter if you know, Fair Play or whatever that game is fails, if Marathon becomes the next Fortnite. You know what I mean?
Feels fun,
and then they'll just keep on throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks.
True.
What do we got here? We have Cyberez. Pour one out for the foam of us. Rand, would you rather do a for-profit 12-hour stream playing Pokemon or FOAMstars? I mean, FOAMstars. Jez, Microsoft needs to close one of Blizzard's games after the acquisition. Would you rather give up on Overwatch or Diablo?
Overwatch.
There you go. I knew you'd say that. Big
yeah,
Froman.
Overwatch. I'm a bit, especially now that PvE stuff's killed. I like the story stuff.
How's it going, guys? Would you guys rather live your lives throughout the life as Bruce Wayne from Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, or as Tony Stark and live through all of his MCU movies? No, you experience everything they experience and go through everything they did in the movies. Thanks, guys, for the show, and also, hopefully, we get a Scalebound announcement.
There's the Scalebound.
Scalebound.
The whole episode, I was wondering, will there be a Scalebound today? And there it is. Ding, ding, ding. Scalebound.
I mean, maybe Bruce Wayne, because he lives and probably goes on to have a great life where Tony Stark dies. You know, right? Like how Dark Knight Rises ends. He's out to dinner with Anne Hathaway, just continuing to live his life with probably a lot of his money. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, I'm sure Iron Man lived a good life too in between all the movies, but it was cut short. I'd say Bruce Wayne. You're not gonna pick one, Jez?
I think. I mean, Tony Stark had a pretty rough, in the movies at least, he had a pretty rough time in the desert, right? I haven't actually seen Iron Man 3, but I mean, are we including the Avengers as well? Because I know what happens there.
Yeah.
But it depends what Batman arc we're talking about. I suppose, like, I would prefer to be Bruce Wayne in the 1960s Batman with the shark repellent.
Okay.
That's my kind of energy.
We have Faisal007, the super chat saying, so after Jez's confirmation of Jet Set Radio existence, will it be at the Xbox showcase and is it exclusive or Game Pass? You didn't confirm Jet Set Radio existed, did you?
No, I just thought that I believe it based on the previous leak. I don't know a damn thing about Jet Set Radio, so don't take that as my leak.
And I doubt it's exclusive.
I doubt it, yeah.
I mean, it could be at the showcase. You never know.
I do love the alignment between Sega and Microsoft at the minute.
Yeah.
But I'm super sad about the whole Relic stuff. I kind of feel like Microsoft missed the trick there, but maybe they could have stepped in or something.
Well, ABK, bro.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
ABK, yeah.
Bright Tundra 1. Hey, boys. Being Australian, I keep missing the Patreon questions, but alas, you find yourself on death row, and instead of a last meal, you have been offered 5 hours of one game for the last time. What is it and why?
Ooh.
5 hours of one game for the last time. I honestly don't have any strong feelings towards 5 hours of one game for the last time, because I don't like, for Jez it'd probably be 5 hours of Overwatch or 5 hours of Diablo 4 again, because he plays those all the time. For me, I mean, I already deleted Jedi Survivor. I'm done. I beat the game. So
Rand's a one and done kind of guy.
I don't know. I don't know if there's one where I would I need to experience this one more time before I die.
I'd play 5 hours of VR chat and find someone to help me bust out of jail.
Okay. For me, I mean, if I had to pick something, I guess FOAMstars, bro. I gotta get in 5 hours of FOAMstars, the last of foam. You know,
man, we might be eating our mustard.
Yeah, well, you know
what's
what?
The expression? What if it's amazing, bro?
If it's amazing, it's amazing. I thought you were saying we might be, eating our lunch or doing something bad if the Xbox showcase is bad, and we got to come here and make fun of that.
I think we might be eating our foam.
Yeah, we might be eating our foam indeed. Mr. Too Opinionated, should Xbox start using id Tech more instead of UE5 like Sony does their own engines?
I think Microsoft's perfectly fine with Unreal Engine. Like, it's really funny because I ain't a dev, so I don't know. Every engine's got its pros and cons, right? But I often hear hear Unreal Engine complained about as being difficult and laborious to work with and needs a lot of custom tooling and stuff like that. Like, Unreal Engine is what you use if you want to throw everything in the kitchen sink at your game. And then it's kind of like, there is a universe that exists where custom engines are better, and we're seeing Capcom is putting the RE engine to work, man. They are putting that engine to work. They're doing everything with it. I'm like, I don't think Exoprimal is going to blow up. Personally, I think it's going to do all right a little bit, but I can't see it like surviving that long personally. But one thing that is awesome about Exoprimal is how it can render all those dinosaurs without even a hint of slowdown. That is super incredible. But yeah. So could they adapt id Tech to? But id Tech's like generally only used for shooters. Could they adapt it to work with more kinds of games they make?
I mean, they could,
we all saw how Slipspace has gone, right? Slipspace has been blamed for everything wrong with Halo. Again, don't know how accurate that is, but it's one thing that I often hear about, that Slipspace is the problem. Slipspace. So
yeah, I think they'll just keep on using Unreal. Second Coming, $3 billion for Bungie to make Xbox games and cancel PlayStation games. Ouch. Bigelow 25, has Microsoft Xbox sealed their leaky ship, Jez?
Yeah, I mean, they've done a lot. They've done a good job of containing leaks back from the old days. I mean, maybe like, I remember when the Xbox Series S leaked, Lockhart and all that kind of stuff. It was super easy to get leaks back then. Like, the Windows Store itself was a gateway to just data scraping and data mining, and this was that stuff for fun. But they've gotten a lot better at containing some of that stuff in recent years, I've found. And it is what it is. It hasn't really hurt traffic, but I kind of like not knowing sometimes. It'd be fun. What if they announce like something platformish that on the same level as backwards compatibility that none of us knew about? It's fun to get surprises.
Yeah. God Emperor Sofa King, Rand and Jez, do you think there is a possibility that Persona 6 makes an appearance? If so, how crazy would that be? I mean, it'd be crazy, but I mean, the Persona game that you're going to get is Persona 3, I would guess.
Yeah.
Puckish Rogue, what new guest movie character would you like to see in Mortal Kombat 1? I would like to see some version of Ghostface from Scream.
Well, hey, maybe you're going to get Ghostface from Mortal Kombat 1.
Oh, interesting. What movie character would I like?
Yeah. Imagine Agent Smith using these powers against the Matrix.
Internet's about to cut.
Are you there?
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. The stream cut out. Are you back? Is the stream back?
Is the stream back? I don't know. Is it?
I don't know. We'll wait and see. I'll just edit that out. Are you there?
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Stream's back. The stream cut out. Are you back? Is the stream back? Are you there? Oh shit, lost Rand again.
No, I'm listening. The
stream
back? Oh, okay.
It says it's back.
We should be good. Yeah, we should probably start to end the show because I did see Discord drop out. So yeah, the internet's having some problems. So I need to finish this up before it happens again. Roy says, I heard something about Lollipop Chainsaw remake. Nintendo Down the Otaku says, canceling 4 games in a year that may have been a 6 out of 7, a 10 versus releasing 1 5 out of 6, 10 game since the gen started. I see a bigger problem with the former. Marvin says, does Microsoft have MK1 marketing? Sony didn't show it. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. And Elias says, side note about games as a service, I wish more games would copy the Halo Infinite Battle Pass. No time gate on their BPs are so nice. So, yeah. Well, we're going to have to end the show really quickly because I don't know if that's the thing.
Did we answer all the Patreons?
Yeah, we got them all.
All right. Run through the super chats then.
I just did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. That's nice.
So we're all caught up. I want to thank you all for being here. Sorry about how the end of the show happened because I'm just worried that we're going to have a problem. It's just going to end and it's going to screw everything up. So, nice long 4.5 hour podcast.
Oh my God, was it 4.5 hours?
Whatever it is, or maybe even longer.
YouTube algorithm doesn't like that, Rand.
Yeah, well, I guess we had a lot to talk about. So, join us on Tuesday with Mr. Badbit for Xbox 2+1. You can get access at patreon.com/XB2. And we will be back with another episode next week, June 2nd. Our prediction episode, the last one before Jez goes to LA, hopefully to meet a whole bunch of Xbox 2 fans. But yeah, with that said, love you guys. And we will see you next week. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Take care, everybody.
Keep it gaming. Later.
Check out Manscaped.